Okay, welcome everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with welcome and introductions. Before we do roll call, there is a couple of announcements that need to be made. The first is that Monday morning, unfortunately, I got subpoenaed to court at 1:30, so I can be here till 1, and then we'll have to pass it off to the vice chair. So thanks for those that were able to make it on short notice, and I apologize for me having to leave early. And with that, we'll turn it over to Stoyan. Go ahead.
Annette, I'll pass the ball to her.
Okay, good morning. All right, Council Chair Tony Doan,
Here.
Shell Anderson,
Here.
Jay Arnold,
Jay, you're muted.
I'm here, thank you.
Todd Byerther, Micah Chappelle,
Present.
Damon Doyle, Vice Chair,
Here.
Hal French,
Here.
Bob Hamlin, Bob, do you?
I can see him on the screen, but Bob, you're muted.
Bob, we're doing roll call.
Oh, yeah, here.
Thank you.
Bob.
Roger Haringa,
I'm here.
Matthew Hebner,
Matthew had some issues with the link, so I assume he'll join a little later.
Craig Holt,
Craig sent me an email. He's in a location that doesn't have good
Okay.
Wi-Fi and good reception, so he will try to find a higher ground, but he couldn't promise he would attend.
okay, Pete Reiki.
Here.
Katie Chuhan. Katie,
Sorry, here.
thank you. Carolyn Trout,
Here.
Corey Wilker.
Here.
Okay, so we do have a quorum, and then our ex officio members, Representative Larry Hop,
Here.
Senator John Lubbock,
I'm here.
Representative Alex Ramel, Senator Linda Wilson,
I'm here.
and Lauren Lathrop.
I forgot to mention that Todd Bayruter, he had a conflict with the schedule, so he will join later after 11 o'clock.
Okay, and then our we have Dave Merchant in place of Derek Meyerbachtal.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Matthew Hepner
Let's see.
in the attendees list. Oh, there he is.
Good morning. Just roll call. I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do you have the link that allows you as a panelist?
This was the link I was just sent.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Do I need a different link or
No,
will
I
this suffice?
think you're good. If
Good to go.
that's the
Thank you.
panelist link.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be recognized? Also, I think I saw Representative Ramel jump in too, so just for roll call sake, he came in right after his name was called, so.
Thank you.
Let's see. Larry Andrews, go ahead.
Unmute. Larry Andrews, Andrews Mechanical, General Contractor, Mechanical Contractor. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Terry Beals representing Sound Transit on legislative and regulatory issues.
Thank you, Terry. Representative Hackney.
Yes, David Hackney, representative of the 11th Legislative District.
Okay, thank you. Kim Barker, go ahead.
Hi, Kim Barker, representing King County Permitting.
Okay, welcome, thank you. Patrick, go ahead.
Patrick Hayes, energy consultant, voting member of the Energy Code Technical Advisory Group for over 25 years.
Okay, thank you. Tim, go ahead.
Tim Atterbury, Associated General Contractors of Washington.
Thank you. Eric, go ahead. Eric Kravitz, go ahead.
Eric Kravitz, Homestead Community Land Trust.
Thank you. Greg, go ahead.
Morning, everybody. Greg Davenport, Mitsubishi Electric and Energy Tag member.
Thank you, Greg. Andrea, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Andrea Smith with the Building Industry Association of Washington.
Okay, thank you. Jeanette, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Jeanette McCaig with Washington Realtors.
Okay, thank you. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Rogers with the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, sitting in for Jed Schuerman, who was unable to be at this meeting this morning.
Thank you. Ray Shipman, go ahead. Ray Shipman, go ahead. Okay, might be having some microphone issues there. Scott Peterson, go ahead.
Scott Peterson with the Northwest Gas Association.
Thank you. Kevin Duell, go ahead. Kevin, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Oh, thank you. This is Kevin Duell with Northwest Natural. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Caroline, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Tony. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. Was just trying to raise my hand when we got to item 2.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, Stoyan, do you have anything further on welcome and introductions?
Well, when I was planning to spend 15-20 seconds talking about the procedure, because we received several requests from medias, and it appears that members of the public and even some council members are getting confused with the procedure. And I want to clarify, and I sent you a document with a summary of the provision or the provisions and summary of the procedures, but I want to clarify where we are right now. So we passed the technical advisory group meetings, we passed the standing committee meetings, BFP and MVE, and currently the council decides whether or not to include proposals in the initial submittal, which is CR 102 without proposed amendments. What happened after that? We will have public comment period, which takes about 2 months, or less than that. We will have 2 public hearings. We will try to do in-person hearings, one probably in Olympia and one in Spokane or in the area. And then the council will have 1 work session in October and 1 work session in November. And these are the most important meetings of the year. So this meeting, CR 102, we had a short discussion with the code revisor's office. And what I want to share with you whatever gets in the initial proposal, we can withdraw it later if there are if there is new information about code proposals, about anything. It's easier to withdraw a proposal versus adding the proposal. So I'm begging you, let's concentrate on this and meet our obligation and allow staff to do our jobs. That's my speech.
Thank you, Swain. Carolyn, did you have something that you wanted to say now, or are you just getting ahead on something else?
Yeah, sorry, waiting for item 2.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay. Okay, with that, we're gonna jump to agenda item number 2, review code change proposals for group 2 codes. And Carolyn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the first code there on the agenda is the residential energy code. And I think we need a motion on the floor to start discussion there. So I'd just like to make a motion to move forward the residential energy code as approved by the MVE into the CR 102.
I'll
Okay.
second.
We have a motion, and sorry, I missed the second. Who was the second?
That was me, Katie.
Okay, thank you, Katie. We have a motion and a second. Okay, let's see. So let's open it up for discussion.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, first, I'd just like to recognize the hard work of all the proponents, tag members, and members of the public who have contributed to the robust and thoughtful analysis and debate of these amendments. It takes a lot of time and effort to contribute, and I'm grateful to be a part of this council and this community that invests so much time and effort in wrangling with some of the most important building energy efficiency topics of the day. Next, I'd just like to recognize the hard work of the TAG chair, Chell Anderson, who has spent countless hours moderating rigorous debate and discussion. I think it's honestly a task that few of us could do. Lastly, I support the body of work and look forward to further public comment so we can continue to improve upon what is currently proposed.
Okay, Katie, as the second to the motion, do you have any comments, discussion?
No, Carolyn said it very well. I would just like also to add that the public also is very supportive of this. All of the comments that came in from the last meeting were supporting this effort. So just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Katie. Corey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some questions. There are 6 of these proposals that deal with plumbing, and I don't know how do I have the request to have those proposals sent so we can have a plumbing tag meeting and go over any potential issues in the public comment period. Is that, how do I ask for that to happen in the public comment period, or how does that procedure happen for coordination between codes?
I can share experience from group 1. We had some coordination issues with the fire code, and there are still some we need to take care of later. But what happened was when we posted the proposals, the initial proposal, and we posted the proposals for the public comment period, the technical advisory groups, they kept working on some issues. So if you want the UPS technical advisory group to evaluate some proposals, you can do that during the comment period.
So do I just email you and ask for those proposals and then we set up a tag meeting? Is that how it works?
Yeah, you ask me for a tag meeting, I will schedule it and I will make the proposals available, and whatever the decision is, we'll discuss how we can should you submit a public comment, or we'll figure that out.
Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure of the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Councilmember French, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be speaking against the motion and for 2 reasons. One, we have not complied with the review of the Office of Equity. The Washington Office of Equity has been empowered and mandated by the legislature to provide equity review of the new policies and laws, including RCW 43.06 D and 0401 A. Because some of the proposals forwarded by the Spokane Building or the State Building Code Council from the MVE committee will have profound economic impacts, particularly with respect to low income and BIPOC and other marginalized communities. I'm going to be speaking against this motion on that basis. And then also the TAG is not fulfilled its obligation when reviewed and proposed amendments to the code. Technical advisory groups shall use a standardized accepted methodology to consider economic impact on small businesses, housing affordability, construction cost, life cycle cost, and the cost of code enforcement, and shall report those findings to the work group on economic impact, and that hasn't been done yet. So the absence of those two items and things, I don't think this is ripe yet, and there's work to be done, and so I'll be speaking against the motion.
Thank you. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be speaking in support of the motion, and I will be suggesting an amendment to the motion, a minor amendment to the motion. I didn't do an MVE committee summary. So I guess with your permission, I'd like to spend a few more minutes just so that everybody understands the various pieces that are part of this proposal. Is that acceptable, or do we not want to have a kind of a description of what this package includes in it?
No, I think that's appropriate at this time, especially since the motion we're voting on pertains to that. So please go ahead.
Okay, so what you see on the screen is a document that was posted on the website and includes what the tag did, the final vote in the column, and then a link to the modified version of the documents, and then whether the committee accepted or rejected the tag action. And I think basically the MVE committee accepted the tag action and modified one piece of it that I'm going to mention. So just a really quick summary of it. The 084 changed the definition of residential to move multifamily residential with enclosed corridors, interior corridors to the commercial code and out of the residential code. And that was actually voted on 14-1 with 3 abstentions. So it was fairly popular among TAG members. 079 lowers the U factor of windows from 0.3 to 0.28. It was formerly an option in R406. A lot of these you see are clerical and unanimous. UNAM means unanimous. You can see some are disapproved, and I'm not going to talk about those. The 088 was 8-5 with 4 abstentions. That requires a certain certification training for agencies, and that attracted a lot of attention. It's different training. It's the certification body that offers the training needs to have a certain accreditation. And my understanding from the TAG discussion was that for single family and townhouses, this was no substantive change. And for the R2, it was possibly a change, but we adjusted the wording so that the training institution only needs to have the accreditation at the time of permit, which would have the effect of grandfathering in all the people who've taken the training from those institutions like WSU in the past. So essentially the TAG felt, in my opinion, from what I heard, that this would not decrease the number of accredited folks out there that would test buildings for air infiltration. You can see a lot of them were unanimous. I'm not going to necessarily talk about those. The 065 heat pump space heater requires heat pumps for space heating. There's a lot of discussion. And in the end, the proponent convened lots of other interested parties, including TAG members and members of the public, and modified it so it does include gas-fired heat pumps and does include gas backup within the within the proposal that the TAG forwarded to the MVE committee, and the MVE committee forwarded to this one, and that was 10 to 5 to 1. So it was, you know, two-thirds majority. The sealed air handler that moves air handlers into conditioned space. There was a lot of good discussion around that. The next one requires pipe insulation near equipment to be removable so it can be repaired without destroying the insulation. It originally was going to require 6 feet of removable insulation. That was because insulation evidently is sold in 6-foot lengths. It was reduced to 6 inches, so you could have 6 inches or more of removable pipe insulation. So that was also approved, was 11 to 4 with 3 abstentions. The next one, heat pump water heaters, was approved 10 to 9. And that does, the proponent again convened stakeholders, including TAG members and others. And that does include gas options as well within the heat pump water heater. The next one, 089, allowed leakage rates. That was a 10 to 5 with 2 abstentions. That lowers the air barrier testing from 5 ACH to 3 ACH. It also removes the 8.5-foot arbitrary height for the calculations, which is something that I remember last code cycle was pretty contentious. So it increases stringency, but it removes the artificial height that was added last cycle. The next one, 013, was contentious but clerical. It just removes, I think it just removes the word where installed. Some people thought we needed the word, some people we didn't, but it's not, it doesn't substantially affect the code. The next one, 10 to 4, 014, was primarily clerical in nature, although was, you know, not unanimous. 080, this requires water heaters to be within the thermal envelope. It was a 10 to 6 vote. The next one was unanimous. The next one, 069, was, well, I guess that was just approved. Okay, the next one that was approved was 070, approved 11 to 4 with 1 abstention. This was kind of advisory in the, this is about the fuel table in the R405 option, the electricity carbon emissions rate was 0.44 in the integrated draft. So it didn't need to be modified, but just to be very clear, the TAG did approve this, which keeps it at 0.44 carbon emissions rate. The next one was 073, and I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about this than the other ones. This was an update to the R406 table. So the R406 table is, at least last code cycle, how we got most of the efficiency to meet our legislative mandates for energy efficiency. And this time it also includes significant advancements, but the MVE committee recommended that we include 2 options in the CR 102. And so I'm going to talk a bit about that. So it updates credit thresholds, it updates the fuel normalization table, and it updates the credit language. Several other proposals also modified the R406 table as well. Last cycle, this was where most of the efficiency happens via adding more credits to the requirement and adding more options. This cycle, we have 2 options, so I'm going to talk about those. So the R406 table updated fuel normalization to have more nuance on the backup fuel and system type. The R406 options table has more nuance as well. Gas combustion homes, for instance, get more energy savings from envelope measures because they are starting at as a less efficient baseline, because you know, gas is, at least gas furnaces are you know, at 0.9 at their best, 0.9 something at their best efficiency, whereas heat pumps are 200 to 300% efficient. So gas combustion homes, for instance, get more credits for energy savings from envelope measures, for example, and heat pumps get less credits for envelope measures because they are inherently more efficient as a baseline. The total credits for a gas home include 24 options, but you can't select all of them together, as you know if you've read through this. There are some options that were eliminated, including raised yield trusses, which were worth half a credit in 2018. 3.0 ACH, as I mentioned earlier, was worth half a credit, and that was moved into the prescriptive code. And the baseline heat pump water heater was also moved into the base code. These were not found to have met the threshold for energy savings, or they were moved into the prescriptive code. Other options include allowing cold climate heat pumps to have 10 HSBF to get the same credit as 11.0 HSBF without being cold climate. And that's very similar to the emergency rule that we're going to be discussing later. Added a connected thermostat option worth half a credit. Added a compact water system worth half a credit. Corey, we still have to finish our plumbing code reference discussion on that, but that's worth half a credit. The increase the maximum number of solar credits from between 1 and 3 to between half a credit and 4.5 credits. So the upper limit of how many solar credits you can get went up. We updated the appliance package to allow centralized laundries to meet that. We got some comments after the last code cycle on that. You'll also notice in the R406 there's an additional column. The first column is for certain equipment and with certain efficiency, and the second column is for different equipment with different efficiency. And I mentioned gas gets more credit for envelope measures. That's in the left column, and then you get more efficient equipment in the middle column, and that gets less credit for certain envelope measures because they just don't meet the threshold of energy efficiency. We also eliminated the requirement for R406 for additions 150 square feet or less. We got a lot of comments after the last code cycle on additions, small additions that were very difficult to comply with the R406 path. So we settled on 150 square feet or less, which is a large bedroom, or I guess a medium-sized bedroom addition would not need to meet R406. And so the two versions of the table that were recommended to be moved into the CR 102. So the TAG passed the proposal 073 that contains an increase in credit numbers in small from 3 to 5, medium 6 to 8, large 7 to 9, and multifamily 4.5 to 6.5, and additions 1.5 to 2. This was approved before the heat pump water heating and heat pump space heating requirements were approved. So we recommend that this is one of the two versions to move forward into the CR 102 process, since the council could elect not to pass the heat pump water or heat pump space heating proposals. And this would be the table if they didn't pass. The heat pump space heating has a large effect on the table, while the heat pump water heating has a minor effect. And it is understood that other R406 would modify this table in the CR 102. And when Krista kind of mashes it all together, the second version of the table uses the same energy efficiency as the first R406. So we're not asking for additional energy efficiency, but what it does is it incorporates the heat pump space heating primarily, and also the heat pump water heating into the table, generating the same overall energy efficiency within regular modeling tolerances. While the efficiency stayed the same, since some of the options were now in prescriptive code, the number of credits required needed actually went down noticeably. So small goes from 5 down to 2.5, medium from 8 down to 5, large from 9 down to 6, and R2 from 6.5 to 4.5. Additions stay at 2, since additions mostly don't include the fuel normalization modifications. It's similar to the original table the TAG passed, but the heat pump space and water heating have been pre-selected with a few other modifications. The rationale for the two options is that we don't know if the council will pass the heat pump space heating proposal primarily. The table required revisions to incorporate that proposal. So in case that doesn't pass, we should keep the table. That's why we have these two things in there which are part of the motion. The other ones generally affect R406 table, except there was an R405 option that removed R406 from the R405 path, and that was passed as well. That is, looking it up, that was 022, and that passed unanimously. And then adding more credits to the efficiency table that was disapproved. And then the rest of them generally had to do that were approved, generally had to do with modifying the R406, and I kind of covered that earlier. So that's the package that we're dealing with here. And the reason why 024 says passed with additional modifications is because we passed an intent, but Greg Davenport suggested that some slightly different language would be more clear on the intent. So the MVE looked at that additional language, or that modified language, and passed that, and I think that's pretty solid. Mostly clerical update to it. So that is the MVE committee report. I did want to respond to some of the things that were brought up last time from our last meeting. So that ends the MVE committee report, and now I'm speaking as a council member that heard some things last time that I think are well, I'm responding to. A tag disagrees sometimes. We disagree often. We have to have a diversity of viewpoints and experience, and we need it to move forward. And we have it. If you look at the votes, it's not like we have some people for everything and against everything votes. Many are unanimous, others are 17-1, others 10-8, others 11-4, and some are defeated 9-8 or by other margins. So, you know, there's not a uniformity in there. I want to read an unsolicited email I received from Tina Risley in mid-May. She was formerly on the tag and recommended some new members for the tag that I appointed. She says, "I just want to say that I respect your ability to run these meetings, and I feel you do a great job as chair. We may be on opposite sides of the spectrum with regards to subject matter, but I feel you do a great job of controlling the meetings and letting committee members and the public voice opinions." There was also some disparagement of the NIA report that was mentioned last week. It was suggested that NIA is a biased organization. NIA represents gas and electric utilities, and we have at least 3 tag members that are members of Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. Those include Northwest Natural, Puget Sound Energy, and Seattle City Light. Lastly, we saw delay tactics at the commercial code when we voted on that in April. I hope we will not see the same thing today, as we have important business to consider, and it's not just the energy code. Time spent discussing ethics allegations is exactly the point of them. This is not, in fact, a court, and we will not resolve them today unless agencies involved have a final opinion, which I don't believe we've heard. I could respond point by point on the accusations because they appear to me to be without merit, but I will not. We need to move the codes into a more robust public process today, and we are not deciding the final code. All right. That's all I have, Tony.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Damon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, my role here on this body is to represent my constituency, which is the residential construction industry. You know, once again, I've been a builder for more than 30 years, and I've also been a building science consultant for nearly 15 years as a HERS rater, energy star verifier, and such. There was a lot of work in this tag. I was happy to sit through most of the process. I have to admit, however, having serious reservations about several of the provisions. The R406 table that Cal went over was never considered by the tag. It was written after the last tag meeting and only presented to the MVE. So I think we didn't give it due process. But speaking of process, I also respect the process and know there's going to be more opportunities to hopefully modify this and make it better. So I will work with the rest of the group, and hopefully we can get in and fix several of the things that I think are very detrimental to the home building industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Doyle. Representative Hoff, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Tony. First off, I have a little bit of a difference of opinion regarding the relevance of ethics than were shared just a second ago. But regarding the motion, help me or clarify it for me, please. If indeed this motion passes, does that eliminate any public comment on this section today.
Joanne or David Merchant, I would like some guidance on this. I have the same concern. We do have this checked as public comment. Generally, with a motion on the table, public comment is limited to those that are called upon by council members. That's how at least we've handled it in the past, but we do have the box checked for public comment. And so, and we do have those that have shown up specifically for public comment on this issue. With the motion on the table, what would be the best way to proceed?
Currently, I was researching it. Tony asked me the question. Dave, do you have the answer at the top of your head?
Top of my head, no. To me, this is sounding more like something that would be within the chair's prerogative of controlling the agenda is where it strikes me as far as public comment, and if the agenda allowed for it, that would be where I would lean, but I have not dug into it.
Okay.
And I will keep digging into it, and after we are done with the council members, I will ask if the council members agree for 5 or 10 minutes break until we find the answer.
Mr. Chairman, then the motion would then seem out of order if indeed we have public comment that relates to this particular issue. I would submit that needs to be taken care of first prior to any action on the motion.
Representative Hoff, thank you for your comments there. David and Stoyan, I'm inclined to allow public comment before a roll call vote, and that is how I see it as probably the most fair and equitable for what's on our agenda. If someone has any other opinion on that, you can let me know, but that's how I'm inclined to take care of it. Al, I saw you kind of waving your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you look at the recent revisions made to the Open Public Meetings Act, it now requires that before you can take any action, you have to allow for public comment. And so a lot of jurisdictions have changed the manner in which they've shaped their agendas to be able to provide for public comment. So I don't think that is an option. It's a requirement now of state law. And how you conduct that is the chair's prerogative, but I think the OPMA clearly requires that public comments required before any action is taken.
Thank you, Councilmember French. Councilmember Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Al's comments, we did take public comment on this previously, so I'm confident that we're meeting the needs of the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting is a continuation of the last meeting where we did have public comment. However, if there were people that did not make comment previously, my only request to the chair, if the chair is going to enable public comment on this, is that we allow people to speak that weren't able to speak at our last meeting. And that we limit the time on it so we can get to the business of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Councilmember French, go ahead.
Yeah, you can't have public comment on a motion that hadn't been made. The motion was just made today. And so because the motion was made today, it starts a new chain for public comment and stuff. So, you know, to say that comments made last meeting on a motion that hadn't been made is, I mean, it just flies in the face of the Open Public Meetings Act.
Thank you, Councilmember French. Here's what I'm gonna.
I see Representative Romel is raising his hand.
Representative Romel, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to speak on the public comment question. If there's other comments on that part of the discussion, I can wait. I was going to circle back to the main body of discussion about the motion itself.
Thank you, Representative Romel. And I will get to that. What I'd like to do is I'd like to get through the comments that we have on the table pertaining to the motion, which it looks like Representative Romel and Councilmember Anderson have their hands raised for that. Once we get through that, I am going to jump to public comment before taking any action on this motion. And those that in attendance right now who would like to make public comment on the residential energy code, please raise your hand. And we will go down the list, and depending on how many we have, we will set the time appropriately so we can get through those. And then we will jump back to council discussion on the motion on the table, and then we will take action. Okay, Representative Ramel, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the chance to comment, and really appreciate all of the work done by the TAG and the MBEC committee to bring this forward to us, and speaking in favor of the motion. Wanted to quickly address Commissioner French's discussion of the State Office of Equity. I think one of the things that we know is that the impacts of climate change fall disproportionately on people of color, both globally and specifically here in Washington. And we know that energy efficiency improvements in our buildings is one of the smartest ways that we can confront the climate crisis. I would take issue with the suggestion that an equity analysis of this proposal would have a negative consequence on disproportionate impacts. I think the likely outcome of any such analysis would be a significant improvement on equity in Washington, not only because of climate change impacts, but also because of indoor air quality and pollution impacts, again, that we know fall disproportionately on people of color. With regards to the question of whether equity impact analysis is required, I think that is a misreading of the legislation that created the Office of Equity in Washington State. There's not a requirement for that. I would support the CR 102 process, inviting comment from either the Office of Equity or from stakeholders who have that perspective to provide us input on whether or not we think there's disproportionate impacts from this proposal or disproportionate benefits. And finally, I think there's an assumption in the commissioner's remarks that the net effect would be an increase in housing and building costs. I think one of the things we saw with the commercial energy code is that life cycle costs of these energy efficiency improvements are frequently a significant improvement in terms of essentially cost of housing plus cost of energy for folks in Washington. I look forward to a better analysis, a more complete analysis of these proposals and how that will, whether we'll see a similar improvement in life cycle savings from these proposals. And the CR 102 process is part of how we get that complete analysis and public comment on it. And would just remind folks that when we were looking at that commercial energy code just a couple of months ago, the Building Code Council did get some feedback that some of the proposals that went through the CR 102 process there wouldn't pencil out in terms of life cycle costs, and we made changes to address that. So this is the right avenue to evaluate those kinds of costs, and we've got a history of looking closely at that through the CR 102 process. So urge that we advance these proposals into that process and into the public comment period so we can fully evaluate them. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Ramel. Go ahead, Councilmember French.
Yes, Representative Ramel, I respect your opinion, but you know, it's clearly that we are of a difference of a mind, and and that's more, you know, I'd love to have that debate in a different forum, and probably not appropriate for this one. And assumptions made by an economic analysis projecting 50-year analysis and cost, life cycle cost. I've already spoken many times about the fact that no reputable economist will support that kind of life cycle costing, but that I'll set that aside. The one question I do have for the Attorney General's office is that, state statute and our bylaws require that the proposals be reviewed both from an economic analysis standpoint for their impacts, as well as the equity analysis. And so, since neither one of those things have been accomplished to date, is this ripe for moving forward, or do we need to wait until those items are completed so that the public has an opportunity to discuss the full range of impacts associated with this proposal?
Is that a question to the council?
That was a question to the representative for Mr. Marchand for the AG's office.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. Sorry, could you say that again?
So.
Go ahead, David.
Okay, Tony, because it would really be a referral from you, and that's fine if we're pushing that forward from Representative French. I can offer two opinions here. I did look into the OPMA changes, and the new section in the OPMA requires public comment at or before regularly scheduled meetings. And as this is a continuation, that largely would satisfy the new section of the OPMA. But I would also say that nothing in the section prevents a governing body from allowing more public comment. And that public comment is specifically one of the encouragements of the amendments. And there's also nothing in the section diminishes the authority of the body, which would be the chair, to put limitations on time or on how public comments is accepted, or requires the governing body to accept public comment that would render orderly conduct of the meeting unfeasible. So I think that does answer it. If there had not been public comment periods available in the past, that would be a logical reason why people are adding them now. Now moving to the second question of Representative French, or Member French, is that whether the review for equity analysis is an economic analysis. It's my understanding that there has been some work done and there's a dispute as to whether it is enough. And that would be a subject of debate as opposed to something I would rule on. Or even opine on, since I rule on nothing.
Okay. Thank you, David. Okay, is there any further comment before I go ahead, Senator Wilson?
Well, I guess I have to follow up on David's comment there. So there's been some work, but not enough, right? So that would mean that there wasn't a final decision on whether or not there's impacts, which is what is required, correct?
Is that a question to me?
Whoever wants to answer it.
And again,
is that normal? Is that normal that is something that's required, but if it's only half done, it's okay?
Well, that is going to be a matter of debate. I'm sure others are going to say it's enough and some are going to say it's not enough. So that's an area I would hesitate to go into as opining, is this isn't good enough or this is good enough. So sorry to deflect on that, but that is not really where I would want to, go. That's more of a debate among you all.
Mr. Chair, if I can provide a little clarity on that.
Go ahead, Stein.
Item 7 of bylaws, Article 3, Item 7, talks about economic impact on small business, housing affordability, construction cost, life cycle cost, and the cost of code enforcement. The small business economic impact statement is part of the submittal package. It's part of the CR 102, so staff will develop that. We'll take into account everything that was discussed at the technical advisory group meetings and the MVE, since we're talking about the energy code, and any additional information we received, comments and testimony. again, everything available from the council meetings, we will include in the initial submittal. So, and Dave is right. I mean, it's a debatable topic whether or not the technical advisory group did a good job and the staff did a good job. Pertaining to staff, again, we don't want to hide anything. Everything that is available for us for any of these steps, we will make it available for the CR 102 submittal, and including the preliminary cost benefit analysis. And again, this is the reason why we have the comment period and the testimony. If something is not done right, if there is new information provided, or the council decides to do something else, then this is the time when we can do it.
Thank you, Stoyan. Councilmember Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you. Our decision today is whether to put things out for public comment. We have the initial economic impact that was provided with the proposals. Let's go get public comment on this. It's the beginning of our work, not the end.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Councilmember Sheehan?
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we're debating right now is whether or not the equity assessment was done sufficiently, or the economic impact assessment, or both.
I currently, in item 7, I currently don't see any equity assessment. So if I'm missing something, but I see housing affordability, construction costs, life cycle costs, which is again the tool that was previously adopted by the council, and the cost of code enforcement. We modified the proposal form that we are using for the statewide code proposals, and we asked for more information. And again, when staff is developing and filing the preliminary cost benefit analysis and the small business economic impact statement, we'll take into account everything available, and you will make corrections if we believe there is a need for corrections. But regarding the all French statement, I don't see this in item 7 of bylaws.
Okay. I mean, what I would add is that, you know, the Office of Equity, I'm looking at the RCW 43.06D, which is the Office of Equity. And, you know, I haven't read through it super carefully, but it does say that the purpose of this is to complement and not supplant the work of the statutory commissions. The other thing is that it looks like the reports are supposed to start by October 31st, 2022, and every year after. So, you know, we're not there yet. It does seem like we can move this rule forward and get that comment from the Office of Equity, assuming that they can do that by October. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mentioned earlier that I was going to propose an amendment to the motion, and I would like to do so now. Before we take the public comment, because I think getting public comment on this whole thing is important. So there was we passed the R405 at the tag, and that was, I think, a useful proposal. When we discussed a very similar proposal for ERI, and I'm not going to get into that, we discussed one of the challenges to passing that was that the baseline system for heating was gas for a gas home and a heat pump for an electric home, meaning you had a different baseline for different homes. So the gas home would have to be less efficient than the heat pump home. And that was one of the reasons why we did not approve that ERI proposal. In reviewing this, I noticed that the R405 had the same language in it. And so I'm making a motion to amend Caroline's motion to make the baseline heating and surface water heating systems to be the same system in each case, so that if you can choose gas, you can choose electric resistance, you can choose heat pumps, you can choose gas heat pumps as well, but the baseline system is the same, so you're not preferencing one fuel type over another. So that is the motion I am making to amend it as seen on the screen. I emailed this to Krista earlier, which is how she's able to get this done in time. So that's the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
question. Can I second a motion to an amendment to my motion?
All right, I'm in my Roberts rule right now. I'm trying to figure out if this is, because it takes precedence over.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Peter. What I don't know is if the maker of the original motion has to agree to that, or does it have to come, does the amendment have to come, and then David, go ahead.
Once the original motion is on the floor, it's basically owned by everybody. So the original maker doesn't have more authority over it than anybody else. I don't know, and honestly, Tony, I don't know how you guys have followed. If Member Traube, it was your motion initially, if you agree to the amendment, you can have what's called friendly amendments where she can agree, yes, please amend my initial motion. I would recommend where we are, probably just doing the formal procedure.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion from Chell and a second from Pete. Okay. That would open it up to another round of discussion from council members, but remember, we do need to get to public comment at some point. Councilmember Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chell, for the thorough thinking in this. I do have a question for the maker of the motion. I generally don't want to get into a policy debate on these. My goal today is to get things out to public comment where we can have the policy debate. I'm wondering if, Chell, you could speak to why this is this necessary to be able to correct this, or is this something that could be fixed after public comment? I know that we can only, I know that we're limited in changes we can make once things have been released to public comment. I just want to understand a little more of the justification of making a change compared to what the TAG and MVE had recommended, because in general, for all these proposals, I'm deferring to that body of work. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to. So I think I talked earlier about why, but then you asked about procedure. And I guess in my opinion, I'd rather get public comment on this modification than not. I think it was missed at the TAG level. We talked about this same issue on a different proposal, and then it ended up voting that down. But we passed this proposal, and subsequently talked about it on another proposal that was dismissed. And so that caused me to reflect back on that and apply it to this proposal. So procedurally, I think it would be better to get the public comment on this. And I think it might be challenging to, I don't know, we haven't established a threshold of what is a substantial change, at least in my mind, as a council. So I would prefer to suggest this change at this point, rather than open ourselves up to a potential substantial change later, not knowing what a substantial change is in the legal definition.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember French, go ahead.
Yeah, Gerald, would you mind helping me understand the nature of the change and what is the substantive effect of the change? So I've got a better understanding of it.
Sure. So this is the R405 energy modeling path. So R405 allows you to avoid complying with most of the rest of the code if you show that an energy model will get you a certain percentage energy reduction against a baseline. So this, what you see on the left is the baseline column, and the right column is the proposed design. So if your heating system, your proposed design is if you have an 11.0 HSBF heat pump, that's the proposed design. Your baseline establishes what the baseline model is that you compare against for percentage reduction. Earlier in this section, it says homes of a certain size need to have a XYZ percent reduction from this baseline. So you just have to be better than the baseline by a certain percentage, and it's spelled out earlier in this section. What happened here, and it happened in the ERI proposal as well, was that if you have a gas home, which has an efficiency of, minimum efficiency of about 0.8, and you have an electric home, the electric home baseline system would be, 200% efficient, and your gas home would be 80% efficient. So you'd have a different baseline to compare against. So you'd have to work harder to do a heat pump home. You'd have to do more energy efficiency measures to make a heat pump home pass than you would in a gas home, a gas combustion home. Now there are gas heat pumps, so I'm not gonna split hairs on that one. There are gas heat pumps and they're more than 100% efficient. So what this does is it evens the playing field for both fuel types in the energy modeling path.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. With that, we're going to jump to public comment. For those that are in attendance, please use the raise hand function. We will go in order of the hands raised. And we will do, let's see, we have 13. We'll go 1.5 minutes for public comment. Once you have made public comment for the Washington State Energy Code residential, then that will be your only opportunity for comment, is that one time. And so after I call your name, you have 1.5 minutes, and we will go to the next person. Please do not re-raise your hand, as you will not be afforded that opportunity during this public comment. Annette, I think Annette's on, yes. Annette, will you please write down the names as I call on them to help me keep track of who's commented? And if someone does raise it a second time, then you can maybe help me out with that.
Yes, I will.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Paul Knox, go ahead. Your time starts as soon as you start talking.
Yeah, thanks. Building Code Council members. Long ago, I worked at the Department of Community and Trade and Economic Development, where the building code used to be housed. And I'm a very small builder who's developed some residential homes and mostly done remodeling of some rental properties over the years. And I'm a big supporter of this motion. I've had a lot of success putting in ductless heat pumps. And I also read a pretty powerful article in the New York Times this morning about the unhealthy ways gas may be leaking into our homes through our appliances, et cetera. So I think we really need to move ahead with decarbonizing our home energy systems. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Larry, go ahead. Your time will start when you start.
Yeah, I would ask that all of the proposals got put forth instead of just the ones that the energy people approved. Comes to my knowledge that as many as 4 or more energy tag workers work for the city of Seattle. And city of Seattle has already adopted a total non-gas approach. And they all voted as a group every time. And I don't think that's fair. I think that's more of a monopoly there. And then today in the paper this morning, this is just kind of giving an idea what the increases are going to be. Electric's going to be 7.7%, where gas is 1%. The energy cost is getting out of hand. And then on top of it is, I don't believe that all of these proposals don't meet the intent of the amendment that the RCW tells you. There's no emergency reason to do this. And by the intent that was stated last meeting, that none of these meet the intent. And as an older person that used to be on the tags, now I understand where we're getting, why we're getting, is because we've exceeded what the requirements are.
Thank you, Larry. Representative Hackney.
Yes, thank you. My name is David Hackney. I represent the 11th Legislative District in South King County, which unfortunately has some of the worst air quality in the state. I am speaking on behalf of the motion. Particularly, I believe the updates should go out for public comment, and the updates that I'm talking about are the requirements for heat pumps for space and heating, and for gas stove increased ventilation. As one of the previous speakers mentioned, when gas is converted into energy, it does release harmful gas into the homes. We need to work on that. And if we're ever going to meet the legislative mandate to reduce energy use in our buildings by 70% by 2031, we have to have no new gas connections for residential homes. We have to decarbonize our residential buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, please state your name. Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, go ahead.
Yes, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thanks for making this time available. My name is Max Savashinsky. I'm the Executive Director for Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility. We are the largest health advocacy organization in Washington. WPSR supports the proposed energy code updates, and we urge the council to put them forward for public comment. We, as an organization representing healthcare professionals across the state, are concerned with the impacts of fossil gas on the environment and the climate, but first and foremost on how those impact human health. People on average spend the majority of their time indoors. Up to 90% of their lives are indoors, breathing air that is estimated by the EPA to be between 2 and 5 times more polluted than outdoor air. Fossil gas cooking appliances emit nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, fine particulate matter, ultrafine particles, and formaldehyde. And all of these compromise indoor air quality even when they're operating correctly. We follow closely research that shows that buildings are also the primary cause of combustion and pollution-related early deaths in Washington, and that an estimated $110 million in health impacts annually can be attributed to burning fossil fuels in commercial buildings here in the state of Washington. As Representative Rommel noted, communities that are suffering the worst from pollution already, low-income communities of color and linguistically isolated people, have much higher risks of death from particle pollution and are at higher risk of exposure to gas stove pollution because of smaller unit sizes, more people per home.
Thank you. Jenny Wook, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair and members. I am Jenny Wook, Gig Harbor City Council, and I also sit on our Gig Harbor Climate Advisory Board. Our City Advisory Board is working hard to see how Gig Harbor can collaborate with Pierce County to meet our greenhouse gas emission 45% reduction by 2030. Gig Harbor, a small city, is also basically a bedroom community. While Gig Harbor does have the option for adopting a more stringent commercial codes, we really need your help with residential construction codes, and that is where the SBCC action is vital. Also, electric heat pumps in residential development are vital and will help us meet those goals along with other small cities. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tony Isabelli, go ahead. Tony Isabelli, go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Council, for providing this opportunity for us to continue the comment period on the proposed improvements to the Washington State Residential Energy Code. I have had the opportunity to work in efficiency and alternative energy development for more than 4 decades, including being a member of the energy tag in the 1980s and in the 1990s. I urge the council to move forward with the package as proposed and receive additional public comment on the CR 102. I want to just briefly address an issue that I know has come up at times, and that is the adequacy of the electricity system to deal with additional loads. I would note that this proposal includes some significant efficiency improvements, and that any improvements as we become more electrified as a result of the adopted aspects of this will be a gradual process, and that the region and the state has done an excellent job of meeting those demands for, well, in my experience, for almost 4 decades. Moving forward, and that the new range of efficiency technologies that we have seen since the 1980s and 90s.
Thank you. Jeanette McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the State Building Code Council. Jeanette McKay with Washington Realtors. We are asking today that 3 of the proposals be held. They need additional, in our mind, they need additional discussion. And those proposals are the proposal 084, the definitions and scope that would take the 3-story low buildings out and place them into the commercial. This is an important missing middle housing type. So we need more discussion about that because this is critical for our housing needs, and also the heat pump heating and space and water heating proposals. And again, the reason for that is due to the cost. We need more analysis of the cost of those and the trade-offs, and also the electrical load issues.
Okay, does that conclude your public comment?
I did have one more, and that was just to bring up the issue with the supply chain. You'll be dealing with that later, but I think it's really critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Emanuels, go ahead.
Thank you. Brian Emanuels from Mercer Island. As you know, the Climate Commitment Act requires a 95% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050. It establishes a cap and trade market where utilities will have to acquire steadily declining pollution allowances, which will thus become increasingly expensive. Section 15(2)(b) of the law requires gas utilities to utilize proceeds from sales of allowances to minimize cost impacts for customers, but crucially only for existing buildings. With the exception of low-income customers, Section 15(2)(c) specifically prohibits utilities from using CCA funds for customer bill credits for locations connected to the gas system after next January. So far from being a reason not to act, this is a very clear signal from the legislature to stop new hookups to the gas system and disallow any new construction with gas heating, as that will condemn residents to spiraling energy cost increases and eventual costly retrofits. Thus, I urge you to include the heat pump proposals in the CR 102. Thank you, members of the council and SBCC staff, for your dedicated work these past many months and for patiently listening to more input from the public today.
Okay, thank you. Dylan Plummer, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Just give me 1 second. All right. Members of the State Building Code Council, my name is Dylan Plummer, and I'm the senior campaign representative for the Sierra Club working on building electrification here in Oregon and Washington. Sierra Club is a national environmental nonprofit. In Washington state alone, we have 32,000 members and well over 100,000 supporters working for environmental and climate justice. On behalf of this membership across the state of Washington, I urge the State Building Code Council to move all residential energy code proposals forward to public comment, and specifically want to voice our support for the proposals requiring heat pumps and heat pump hot water heaters, as well as increased ventilation with gas stoves. As the US Supreme Court gets ready to release tomorrow's decision on West Virginia versus EPA, a ruling that will likely have huge ramifications, not only on the EPA, but on the entire federal government's ability to fight climate change and regulate polluters, it is critical that states continue to lead the way in the transition to 100% renewable energy. This body has the opportunity to chart the path forward to ensure a livable future for ourselves and for future generations, and to provide a model that other states can follow. As the state increasingly experiences the impacts of the climate crisis firsthand, and as the nation's highest court readies itself to hamper the federal government's ability to act, I urge the State Building Code Council to take this opportunity to help our state lead on the fight against climate change and to approve the proposed amendments. Thank you for your consideration and for your work on behalf of Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Parsley.
Thank you, Building Code Council and Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm Lisa Parsley from the Olympia City Council. I am also the chair of the Thurston County Regional Climate Mitigation. Many of the speakers so far have named all of the good reasons we should be pushing forward all the codes for consideration, especially those that allow local jurisdictions like mine that are demanding, my community's demanding we do more. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, we had a die-in from all the Olympia City High School students. It's a very impressive thing. Our city, who actually has a climate plan and has declared a climate emergency, was given a C rating from this high school students because they are looking at our actions impacting their future. I know that you guys have to balance the needs of all the jurisdictions across the state. But the reality is the residential code restricts a jurisdiction like mine who is demanding I do more and our council does more because we are preempted. We need the Building Code Council to push these forward, especially those that allow us to decarbonize so jurisdictions like mine can do what our community is asking us to do. So please pass these forward and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Michael Lubliner. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if my audio is working. Can you hear me, Tony?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah, I put my comments into the QA. First is I'm commenting as a public citizen in the state of Washington. My comments do not reflect Washington State University Energy Program, my previous employer, or Oak Ridge National Laboratory, my current employer. These are my comments based on working on the energy code, running the energy code support hotline. I've worked on energy code since the 1986 energy code at the Energy Office and previously to WSU. I totally support the proposal. I have two suggestions that the Building Code Council reconsider the proposal WSU put in for the compliance certificate, and also adopt the WSU proposal for ERI with an adjustment to address Chell's comment about equity between heat pump and gas as the primary heating system. This can be done simply by having a different ERI for each. I also would point out that adopting both the compliance certificate and the IRR path from having talked with 3,000 people on the hotline for the last 3 years and doing numerous webinars for the public and building departments on the importance of the energy code and implementing it correctly. I believe that consideration to these two issues, the ERI and the certificate, will further.
Thank you, Michael. Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not really giving comment. I'm just responding to Chel's amendment here. Just wanted to talk about the proposal because I think that there was a modification to table 405.2 in the original proposal that makes the 403 requirements mandatory. So I just want that to be discussed and whether or not modifications to table 405 or 405.4.2 is required if table 405.2 makes the 403 requirements mandatory. I know it's a little technical, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Mello, go ahead.
Oh, good morning, State Building Code Council. My name is Ryan Mello. I'm a member of the Pierce County Council, and I'm here this morning to first thank you for what clearly is a lot of deliberative process on your part and tedious work. It's noticed and it's appreciated how seriously you take your work. I'm here to ask you to please move the residential code updates forward to public comment. I'll reference my June 14th letter I sent you for more detail and citation on specific. So thank you for letting us also submit written comments. I'll note that for the record. Specifically in local government, we are working very hard to meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals, our public health goals, and housing affordability goals with urgency. Unlike the commercial building code, as you will know, we are preempted at the local level from further improving the residential energy code, preempted at the state level. And that's where you come in. In order for local governments like ours, in order to meet our goals, we need this kind of energy efficiency in place. So for that perspective, to help local government meet our goals for consistency, instead of having 281 cities and 39 counties have different energy codes, that's just madness. That's a recipe for failure in terms of consistency, for thoughtful planning, for thoughtful building. Thank
you, Ryan. Eric Pravitz, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Eric Kravitz with Homestead Community Land Trust. Just wanted to say that we are extremely supportive of pushing forward with these code amendments. Homestead is firmly in the camp of trying to get carbon out of our residential new construction. That's it.
Thank you. Gavin Tanold, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Gavin Tenold. I'm a member of both the commercial and residential tags. Before I opened a solar installation company, I made my living modeling and constructing passive houses, which are the global gold standard for rigorous energy modeling. And I just want to chime in on the comments that Mr. Lubliner made regarding the ERI path. It is my belief that a ResNet-driven ERI path to compliance would be a way to circumnavigate our code with just a little creative modeling. There is at the moment no state regulation of raters outside of their requiring a business license, if that. 10% QA/QC at the national level simply does not protect our state's code, which is a nation-leading code. It will take a year or more to put together such a program and acquire the necessary funding. I would ask you to consider whether raters are going to fail homes when raters' economic well-being is tied to their customers, the builders passing inspections and pulling permits, which furthers my point that we need to regulate raters at the state level before passing such a measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenna Risley, go ahead. Sorry, let's try that again. Okay, there you go, Kenna. You should be able to unmute now. Sorry about that.
Yes, Tina Risley with the Northwest HVAC Association and Training Center. I just wanted to clarify that our organization continues to oppose many of these proposals that we have already provided written documentation through the process. We continue to oppose parts of the process, as we've also documented, and continue to support that many areas of these proposals are an overreach of the council bylaws. For clarification, to an email that I had sent to the chair earlier this year was during one very heated meeting, and I continue to support and appreciate the chairman be allowing public comment for those opposing views and statistics to be provided during that one particular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Kevin Dwell, Northwest Natural, Energy Co-Chair, not chair, tag member, gee, mental aspiration. Anyway, gas heat pumps are allowed by proposals 065 and 066 for space and water heating. I'm concerned that proposal 080 violates RCW 34.05.328, which requires that a rule being adopted is the least burdensome alternative. The proposal requires water heaters to be installed within the thermal envelope, and there's a gas heat pump designed for residential use slated for 2023 that's intended to be installed outdoors. Proposal 080 would make this either very expensive or impossible, while offering virtually no energy savings in this case. So therefore, I propose an amendment, which would be a second exception for gas heat pumps manufactured and intended to be installed outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. With that, we'll jump back to council discussion. Reminding everyone that there is an amended motion and a second that we will be taking action on. So with that, is there further discussion from members of council? Corey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman Arnold mentioned something about, there was some discussion about substantive changes. Those 6 proposals that deal with plumbing, particularly the one where they want to take just a chart, they want to take a table out of an appendix that isn't adopted without all the other rules that go with it. And I'm just concerned that those proposals that deal with plumbing may need substantive changes. And does that happen during the CR 102? And what constitutes too much of a change where the proposal can't be changed if it moves forward into the process? I guess I'm trying to ask that clarifying question to make sure that those proposals can be adjusted if they need to for the plumbing code.
I don't know if Dave wants to jump in here, but based on the discussions we had with Dirk for Group 1 codes, including the council meetings, the term is not defined. So the council staff always advises the council members and the committee members that, if it changes the regulatory effect, then it's a little bit more difficult to pass. There was a training last week with the code revisor's office, and I was planning to invite our council members, but I wouldn't succeed. So I wish I could do this in a later date. But to answer directly Corey's question, there is not a direct answer to that. I mean, again, the term is not defined. There are other options for significant changes to move forward, but the time frame is an issue for Group 2 codes. So I know you won't like my answer, but
Thank you.
Councilmember Doyle, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. We are voting on the amendment at this point in time, correct? And then the main motion?
The main motion, it's my understanding the main motion is now off the table, and the amended motion is what? Sorry, go ahead, David.
Yeah, I believe that comment is correct. Right now, we have the amendment is on the table to either approve or deny, and then it would be the amended motion or not amended motion if the amendment gets defeated. So we're just talking, as far as action, it's just about the amendment right now.
Okay, so just to clarify, can we get a repeat of the amendment, please? So, Cheryl, I believe.
You want me to talk?
Yes, please.
Yep. So the amendment is only for the energy modeling option, which is R405, that path. And what it does is makes a standard reference design, the baseline for the energy modeling path, to be the same for electric and gas-based homes for surface water heating and space heating. That's all it does, and it makes the baseline the exact same it was for heat. It makes it basically a minimum electric heat pump for all space heating systems, and then a minimum heat pump water heater for all water heating systems, instead of having baselines that differ between gas and electric homes.
Understood. My apologies. I thought that it was amended and the whole package. I thought it was adding to the original. So my apologies there. So this is just the amendment. Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Doyle, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the amendment. Just like table 406 that came in at the 11th hour and wasn't thoroughly vetted. I think Johnny Kocher made some good comments earlier that there's a conflict in section 404 with this particular amendment. I think we're rushing things through too quickly without really considering what the effects are. So I'm speaking against the amendment.
Okay. Any further council discussion? Councilmember Traub, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll speak in favor of the motion. I do think it's important to have a consistent baseline in this instance, and I think it's a good starting point. And I think by including it now, there's just that much more opportunity to get input to refine it as needed. So I will be voting in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson, go ahead.
And just to clarify, so the heat pump space heating one is part of the package we'll eventually vote on and was passed by the TEG-MAVE. And that requires certain kinds of heat pump space heating. So there's a bit of a vestigial conflict between that proposal and the R405 baseline system, because you can't use a gas system in there. So it kind of cleans it up. And then there's also the possibility that the council will not pass the heat pump space heating proposal. And if that happens, then this would be an important amendment. So it's for those two main reasons.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Haringa, go ahead.
Yeah, I will be voting in favor of the motion. What I've come to understand from all of the conversations this morning is our goal today is to get these proposals as complete and as accurate as possible, and then move them forward. There's conversations about ongoing tag discussions, and actually the proposal that was brought up by the public recently, I think would be something that would at least be worth considering. So I'm under the assumption that there will be some changes during the next process. I understand that there's going to be a conversation about defining substantive and what is substantive and what is not, but there will be changes. So we're going to have to meander our way through that conversation at a later date. So I'm going to be proposing that I'm going to be supporting the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will do a roll call. Stoyan, just so we're clear on this, for these votes to pass, does this need 2/3?
No, for this one, we need a majority, not 2/3.
Okay, thank you. All right, and Annette, if you're prepared to do a roll call, that would be great.
Okay, Shell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Al French,
No.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Matthew Hepner,
Yes.
Craig's not here. Pete Reekey,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Carolyn Trout,
Yes.
and Corey Wilker.
No.
Okay, motion carries 9-3. Okay, so back to our main motion. Councilmember Traub, will you please just restate your motion?
Yes. The main motion is to move forward the residential energy code as approved by the MVE into a CR 102 and with the amendment that we just passed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any discussion on that portion from council members? Councilmember Anderson, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that what the MVE committee recommended was including two options in the CR 102.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will do a roll call.
Okay. Shell Anderson,
Yay.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Al French,
No.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Matthew Hepner,
Yes.
Craig Holt. Oh, sorry, it's not here. Pete Reekey,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Carolyn Trout,
Yes.
and Corey Wilker.
No.
Okay, motion carries 9-3. All right, with that, we will move on to bullet point number 2 there, which is our IMC and our fuel gas code. So Councilmember Traub, was this, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to it or provide a bit of background if that's acceptable, Mr. Chair.
Excellent, please do.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So at a high level, we had 17 proposals for the mechanical code, the fuel gas code, and the mechanical chapters of the residential code. One proposal, proposal 20, was an editorial item considered by staff. So we considered the remaining 16 proposals over 4 tag meetings, in some case discussing proposals multiple times. Of the 16 proposals, 14 were approved by the tag as modified, most unanimously, but a few did have 1 or 2 nay votes or abstentions. Most of the proposals do not have cost impacts and do not result in substantial changes, but are just clarifications, pointers, new exceptions, or better correlation. The proposals that do include bigger changes as well as create cost impacts are the filtration and hood ventilation ones. So proposals 86, 98, 62, and 63. So those are kind of my general statements for the mechanical tag. I gave a more detailed summary of each proposal at the MBE committee meeting, so I won't repeat that here. I do want to share just a bit more information about those more substantial proposals. So first, proposal 86. So this applies to air handlers and ERVs providing more than 500 CFM and requires that those include a filter box that is capable of housing a MERV 13 filter, so that in the case of a wildfire smoke event, that additional filtration can be provided. That said, this proposal 86 is removed if the next proposal, proposal 98, is ultimately adopted, because it gets kind of wrapped in there. So proposal 98 increases the filtration requirement for ducted air handlers and ventilation systems from a MERV 6 or 8, depending on what kind of system in our current code, to a MERV 8 or MERV 13 in the 2021 code. The level of proposed filtration is based on occupancy type. A question was asked at the MBE about our occupancies, and this proposal does require MERV 13 filtration in our occupancies that comply with the IMC, but it exempts systems less than 500 CFM. This proposal does not impact the IRC. Also, there's important exceptions for certain types of terminals, for natural ventilation, for unducted heaters, for small systems, and whatnot. So, we've all lived through the past several years of a global pandemic, as well as increasing wildfire events, and additional filtration is one approach to maintain a higher standard of indoor air quality. There were a few editorial and technical comments on this proposal that were approved by the MBE committee, and I imagine we will receive additional helpful editorial and technical comments during the public comment period on this proposal. So now just want to move on to proposals 62 and 63. So these ones were narrowly disapproved by the TAG with a 3-2 vote, but recommended to be included in the CR 102 by the MVE committee so that additional input from the public could be gathered. At a high level, these proposals seek to increase ventilation over residential style range hoods. So there are two proposals, because one is for occupancies that fall under the IMC, while one is for projects that use the IRC. So the very kind of simplified summary of the proposals is that our current code requires 100 CFM of exhaust over a range hood. And this proposal increases that exhaust requirement to 160 CFM over an electric range and 250 CFM over a combustion range. So we had a number of industry experts contribute to the discussion on this proposal. We learned a lot about various types of pollution and how some of that is connected to negative health outcomes. We learned cooking pollutants travel throughout a home, impacting all occupants, and that this issue is more acute in smaller apartments and homes that have less indoor air volume and therefore higher concentrations. And we know these smaller homes are more typical of lower income folks. So, said differently, I think this topic was brought forward as an important opportunity to improve indoor air quality. And I think all sides of the conversation, as I've said before, were, quote, pro-ventilation, and all are recognizing that ventilation codes are going to be moving this direction. I think other important notes around the discussions at the TAG level, first was around timing. So a similar version of this proposal has been adopted into Title 24, California, and work is underway to integrate this research into ASHRAE 62.2. There were some folks concerned that Washington's proposal may not precisely align with the final requirements in ASHRAE 62.2. On the flip side, others felt that waiting for 62.2 would delay addressing a known issue. I think complexity, the original proposal was a bit more complex, and a working group revised it to simplify it to help streamline the change for manufacturers and to ensure product availability and smaller cost impacts. It also simplified it for code officials, but it's still providing that protective ventilation for smaller apartments and homes. And then lastly, there was a lot of conversation around makeup air. So when you turn on your kitchen exhaust hood, you're exhausting air, and that air needs to come from somewhere. So our current code only requires makeup air if you're exhausting more than 400 CFM. So this proposal doesn't trigger that. but there was just a lot of conversation about that and how those approaches might evolve in the future. So that is my mechanical code wrap up from the TAG and MBE. I really appreciate all the work by the TAG, the public and technical experts who contributed, and I look forward to public comment on the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Traub. Councilmember Anderson, go ahead.
Caroline, for the increase in filtration requirements, the MERV 8 and MERV 13, is the installation of those additional filtration optional? Meaning, I've seen systems where you can put in a MERV 13 under a wildfire event, but normally it runs under a MERV 8, where you just allocate space for that. Is that what the proposal is about, or is it using a MERV for 13 or other 360?
Yeah. There's two proposals. So one proposal is it's requiring that you have the space to be able to put in that filter if an event happens. And then the other proposal is a mandatory requirement for the MERV 13 filter for certain occupancies and size and type of system.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further comment from council members at this time? And if not, we're going to go to public comment. Keep in mind that we do want to get public comment in for this as well. Councilmember Reiki, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I spent a good deal of time reviewing the literature that folks were sent to me on the cooking stove ventilation issue, and I would point out two of those studies, one in the Journal of Epidemiology, or the Epidemiology Journal, which actually compared the impact of gas stoves on homes that have folks who have respiratory illnesses, in particular asthma. And the conclusion from that was, and from a disability standpoint, I would not have a gas stove in a home in which I had a family member who had severe asthma problems. There was a substantial increase in health impact for those individuals. It is a little bit less clear if you take just the general home and folks who don't necessarily have asthma problems directly, but I certainly think that I will support this because of those increased requirements for gas stoves. It is also the study by Lawrence Berkeley Labs did a great deal of work on the efficiency of various forms of those hoods. And I think that formed a substantive basis for selecting the values that we have in these proposals here. So I want to really say I want to thank the folks who sent me that information, both pro and con, and but in looking over the details of those, I think that increasing the requirements for ventilation in gas stoves is a very good idea. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to public comment. So those on the attendee list, be sure to raise your hand. Use the raise hand feature, and I will call on you in order. Remember, we're going to follow the same guidelines as we did during the public comment for the residential energy code, which means we'll do a minute and a half, and that will be your one opportunity for the IMC IFGC Group 2 code proposal. And so please only comment once. And we will start with Larry Andrews. Go ahead. Your time will start when you start speaking.
I would not recommend 21 GP 2-086 or 21 GP 2-098, the smoke infiltration. And the reason why is they never included electronic air cleaner. An electronic air cleaner gets you to those specs when you have a post filter and a pre-filter in front of them. And so they're making a monopoly on the paper filter industry, okay? The throwaway industry, where when you have electronic air cleaner, you clean it, you put it back in, and the way you go. And it's been used, most all smoke eaters are electronic air cleaners. And I don't think the tag took the time to research what an electronic air cleaner can do. And should be used. I mean, because we're turning into a throwaway society where when you have electronic air cleaner, you wash them and you move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Bernard.
Hi, this is Nancy Bernard with the Washington State Department of Health, and I'm speaking in support of the whole package. I am a member of the mechanical tag, and in particular 62 and 63. Just a comment. I've written most of the ventilation guidance around COVID, and for schools on health, we do not recommend electronic air cleaners. They have, well, I could provide a lot of information, but that is not a substitute for actually exhausting the nitric oxide from the homes. And we have, highly support moving to MERV 13 filters, both for filtering outside air, whether we're dealing with wildfire smoke, traffic-related air pollution, or industry, and also for internal, any recirculated air because of respiratory viruses. So you have letters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gary Heikkinen.
Yes, thank you very much. Gary Heikkinen, energy consultant representing Northwest Gas Association. I too am very much in favor of increasing exhaust airflow, but do it for both electric and gas stoves. When you're frying bacon over it doesn't matter when you're frying bacon, whether it's over a gas stove or an electric stove, and many of the emissions associated with cooking are from the cooking itself, regardless of the energy choice. So I guess why take a chance on lower CFM requirements over electric stove when you still have many of the same issues? So it would be my proposal to, if you're going to increase the exhaust rates, increase it across the board and be safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Michael Lubliner, go ahead.
Yes, so I was a member of the mechanical tag, and I fully support the overall code changes. I had one question because I was not involved in the discussion on the filtration. It's a scope question. I put it in the question and answer box. I can restate it. And the question was the scope. Does the MERV 13 for R2 and R3 apply to homes that don't have a centrally ducted system? In other words, say a mini split serving the apartment or house with other heads that are mini split, or electric resistant zonal heaters? Or is it just apply to centrally ducted furnace and heat pumps? Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, and I think Councilmember Traub is probably going to try and address that last public comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. Thank you for that. It applies to air handlers and ventilation systems. So there are exceptions, and Mike, please do take a look, review the proposal, and would appreciate any feedback during the public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that will conclude public comment on the IMC and IFGC. With that, we will move back to council. And remember that we do have council action on this today. Councilmember Anderson, go ahead.
Sure, I guess for Caroline, would you like to see those two filtration options as options within the CR 102? Is that kind of the intent since they are over the same topic?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion or further discussion? Councilmember Traub, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move the 2021 IMC code change proposals forward into the CR 102 as approved by or recommended by the MV committee.
Okay.
Second, Jay Arnold.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion from Councilmember Traub and a second from Councilmember Arnold. Discussion. Councilmember Anderson, go ahead.
I guess just from a logistical perspective, or if we're suggesting that two of them are options, I guess my understanding of how Krista would go through and do this normally would be if one is passed and another one overrides it, then you wouldn't have options in the CR 102. You would just have the last one that passed would override the other one. So I guess if we want it to be explicitly two options that are called out as two options within the CR 102, I guess it'd be good, in my opinion, to direct staff to do that, unless Krista, you understand what.
Krista, go ahead.
Chair, may I answer?
Yes, Krista, go ahead.
Anderson? This is Krista Broxman, staff. Since one of them would specifically cancel out the other one, I would put it in as two options. That way, otherwise, if you just included 98, there would be questions later. So I was planning on putting it forward as two options.
Okay, thank you, Krista. Any further discussion for the motion that's on the table?
I guess, Krista, so it's clear in the motion that it would be two options, or does it need to be, the motion need to be changed?
I think it would be pretty clear that it would be two options. There's no way that you could codify both of them, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay, Shell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Micah Chappelle,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Al French,
Aye.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Matthew Hepner,
Yes.
Pete Ricky,
Aye.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Carolyn Traub,
Yes.
and Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 12-0. Okay, with that, we're going to jump into the Uniform Plumbing Code. And I apologize for doing this, but we're going to have to take a 5-minute recess and then we will come back. And looks like Stoyan has the share screen up. And Councilmember Wilker, would you like to go ahead and discuss this? Open up the conversation?
Yes, and for a point of order, we had some previous discussion on the approved tag recommendations. And we were about to discuss a proposal number 57. Is that where we begin?
Yes, please, Councilmember Wilker.
All right, so there was there was discussion in the tag and the tag committee voted unanimously to not allow the air admittance valves into the code. I've subsequently sent documents, and I believe the council members all have those documents now. So I would like to challenge the BFP's decision to overturn the tag. And I'm told I do that in this forum. And I think if we want to have some discussion, if any other council members have any questions that they want to ask, I can go over, I would like to go over some of the information as well, but I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. So should I just start with some of my discussion points?
I think so, Councilmember Wilker, that this would be the time to voice any of those concerns of for or
Okay.
against it, and then we can let council action take care of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm new at this. I think all of you know I've been a member for about a year. And so I'm just trying to make sure that I do this right. So the proponent of a new appendix is proposing a less restrictive minimum requirement than that which already exists in the body of the code. AAVs only allow air movement in the venting system when a vacuum is created. Therefore, these devices do not meet the requirements of UPC Chapter 9. Specifically, Section 901.2 requires each trap to be protected against siphonage and back pressure. There are a vent pipe system that's plumbed per Section 9 cannot fail unless it's punctured or compromised. And that means somebody's damaged a wall and it's obvious that something needs to be fixed. An AAV is a one-way valve that will eventually fail due to moving parts. And when these devices fail, they cause a health concern. And that's the primary issue with the health department and plumbers, as we work to make sure that we mitigate all the health concerns revolving around sewage and potable water. That's our primary goal, that's why we have a certification in the state of Washington. So as we talk about health hazards, highly toxic components of sewer gas include hydrogen sulfide and ammonia. Sewer gas also contains methane, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrous oxides. In addition, chlorine bleaches, industrial solvents, and gasoline are frequently found in municipal and privately owned sewage treatment systems. Hydrogen sulfide is the primary gas in sewer gas. According to research, hydrogen sulfide has been shown to be toxic to the oxygen systems of the body. In high amounts, it can cause adverse symptoms, organ damage, or even death. By its very design, a wastewater plumbing system is a harbinger of pathogenic organisms, and under some circumstances, the potential to enable airborne transmission of viruses such as COVID-2, which causes the coronavirus disease, are possible. It's important to understand these few descriptions of gases provided today can identify markers for color, smell, or taste. However, there are other gases that either emit no smell, color, or taste, and an occupant could be completely unaware that such dangerous gases have entered the building. The UPC rules apply to both residential and commercial plumbing concurrently. This proposal will allow the use of AAVs in all residential homes, all commercial buildings, such as assisted living facilities, adult family homes, hospitals, schools, child care centers, the negative impact of which would be on our most vulnerable populations. Those are some of the reasons why the TAG voted unanimously against the proposal. And I have other documents to show AAV. There's a picture that shows where an AAV had failed and it was installed correctly, had a vent in front of it, and then it caused mold. And that's another issue. Does everybody understand the idea that the way that a UPC vent system installed per chapter 9 works is it gets the free flow of air both directions in the vent system, in the sewer system, so that it protects the trap seal. And I attached a document that talks about trap seals being compromised in a building in China. And that's where they knew that they had SARS running through the building, and it was coming out. Once a trap seal is blown, those gases come out into the room, and bathrooms are typically small, so the concentration can build and it becomes dangerous as a health hazard. And so the way that the health hazard is mitigated is vents through the roof, so those gases can go away. And when they do leave the vent through the roof, they're mixing with all of the air up there to lessen the load and lessen the concentration of those gases. So the primary reason for not allowing this in the code is a health concern. And if we allow it by the state, there are methods now where those devices can be improved in a certain jurisdiction, and they have the means and methods application to use the devices if they want to. But allowing it in the state code, I feel would be a disservice to the state of Washington. And I can't oppose it strongly enough, as my job as a plumber is to protect the public from harm by installing these systems to keep them safe. With that, I'll relinquish the floor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chappelle, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Tony. Appreciate it. Thanks, Corey, for all your work and time on this and information you provided. It's nice to see that you did provide information to the council, as there was zero discussion about the technical merits of this proposal at the TAG. They only discussed the criteria as to allow the proposal to come forward in the first place, which I believe was determined by the entire SBCC in the April meeting that moved these proposals to the TAG. When they did that, the intent for the proposals or criteria for the proposal should have been discussed at that time. Instead, it was discussed at the TAG, and the technical merits were not even mentioned. One thing I want to point out that I think is misunderstood here, these are allowed in the code, in the Washington State Code today. You do have to go through a process under Section 301, which is alternate means and methods, alternate materials. So it's allowed. It's allowed in the code without limitations, without guidance, without anything. The only thing that has to be shown by the plumber to the code official is that these are an equivalent to what else would be provided based on prescriptive code. That's it, equivalency. There's no other limitations. It can be in the code, it can be a commercial, residential, anywhere without limitations. This proposal provides some limitations. It provides guidance. It says where they're permitted, where they're prohibited. It provides some other items that should be in there that are not provided when it's looked at as an alternate means and methods. One thing I want to point out also, shown on the screen was the, sorry, not on your screen, but there was no discussion. And so the last meeting we talked about moving this, or the BFP committee moved this forward as an appendix, not in the main body of the code. I also want to point out that the concerns over safety, there are 37 states that adopt the International Plumbing Code, which expressly includes air admittance valves in the main body of their code. So 37 states plus Washington, DC, plus Guam, plus Puerto Rico, all allow air admittance valves in the body of their code. So if this was such a massive health concern, there should be a prohibition on these. And instead, we have to go through this process as an alternate method. Again, these are allowed in the code already, in the Washington Code. It's just a different process. This provides consistent guidance. It will provide code language that individual jurisdictions can adopt or utilize when approving these alternate means and methods that the plumbers request. Again, this is not a code official that requires this. These are alternate method requests from plumbers. So it seems odd that they don't want guidance or code language that the code official can rely on to allow these installations. Again, this would be an appendix that could be adopted by a jurisdiction if they want to. Those jurisdictions usually are already allowing these under alternative means and methods. So at least this will provide consistent guidance to those code officials and applicants that request this. So I urge you to move this forward as an appendices. Again, that's an option for the jurisdiction, which is already allowed in the code under section 301. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Hamlin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just kind of want to get clarity on the fact that the code change is being proposed as a lessening of the availability of use in these venting procedures, because I've, in my building career, found that I've only had to use them a couple times in a couple instances, but 9 times out of 10, you do want to go through a roof projection vent. So is this, are we voting on the allowance of, in certain cases, to be able to use like a studi vent, to be able to get air venting?
So right now there is, well, maybe someone can clarify this, but right now there is not a motion on the table for council to take the BFP's recommendation. Currently, the BFP recommendation is to approve the air admittance valve as an appendix, despite the TAG recommendation being disapproval. And so, but right now there is not a motion, but if that motion were to be made, then we would clarify at that time. Thank you, Councilmember Hamlin. Vice Chair Doyle, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Tony, I super appreciate extra information you sent. That was very informative. Like I said, I've used these in a handful of occasions, primarily where I have an island with a prep sink and obviously no way to get out of the roof with that. What would you recommend in those instances, just out of curiosity?
Is that question directed to me?
Yeah.
It's a installation, a foot vent, where you roll the vent back up and over. You bring it up to the height of the wall and back down and run it back, drop a line into the drain to take any, if there was a backup of the sewage system, the effluent would get back to a drain, and then you carry a vent over to another wall. It's in the UPC for foot venting. That is the best method for it.
I've had some.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I said I've had some instances where I had too many lineal feet to make that particular thing work. It's the only case where I've used an air admittance valve, but just wanted to know if there was alternative means out there.
There is. My concern with adding this as a in any part of the code, adding it as a appendices, is that we will open a floodgate. And in response to all of the states that allow it, I know that New York is an IPC state and they banned them because of the health hazards. And there's a number of other states that are IPC that have banned these devices for these reasons. And as we're getting through a pandemic, that article from the World Health Organization tracking in their discovery that SARS traveled through a multifamily building because of it. The issue with the AEVs is when they're put on a branch arm, just like the picture shows, when the device fails, those gases enter the room. And if they're carrying SARS-CoV-2, somebody's going to get sick. And this health concern is real. And there's other issues that can come from it that aren't SARS as well. These are the system is, as I stated to begin with, it's a less restrictive than the current body of the code. So when we allow a less restrictive thing, we're going to have people take advantage of that situation and use these devices all over the place, which currently doesn't happen. And they do have a method to use it if they need to, and they speak with their code official when they're getting inspected and the code official approves it. For alternate means and methods, it can be installed. But the idea of, initially his discussion point to the tag was that it was a paperwork issue. And I'm just thinking of all the facilities in Washington State that are going to have to write rules to keep these devices out in order to keep people safe.
Thank you.
I had another question for you, Micah. Do you have any documentation on how many of these devices are being used and how many, you were going to get some information for us about how many jurisdictions are allowing them?
I wasn't able to obtain that information in this short amount of time. I apologize, Corey.
I'll relinquish the floor.
Thank you. Councilmember Haringa, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a member of the BFP and I voted to move this along to today's discussion. But I have questions. Number one, Corey, I want to thank you for all the information you sent, and I am completely aware of and concerned about the health implications. My question, however, is more to Micah. Being a structural engineer, I use alternate means and methods often, and I'm not sure if in the plumbing code and the building code, if that process is the same. If you're suggesting that through the alternate means and methods process, if they are proposed right now, what would that process look like? And couldn't a building official or wouldn't a building official use the criteria that we're talking about in the placing in the appendix as the regulations at that point to whether they would accept this as an alternate means and methods? Is my question clear or not?
It kind of is. I think you're asking some process question. There is a process or a code language in building codes, residential codes, UPC, that talks about alternate means and methods. The exact process is then standard or used by an authority having jurisdiction. In other words, they can set their own process of how much paperwork, how much stuff is required to approve an alternate means and methods. Some of them may be a whole lot more involved. Obviously, for you as a structural individual, that may be a lot more involved than an air admittance valve. However, you're still going to go through some level of process. And the intent of this, yes, in an appendix is, here are some criteria that they can compare the documentation from the plumber on to say, yes, we can allow this, or no, we won't. Again, right now, there's no language in there on what they're going to do. They only have to show, the plumber only has to show equivalence. I keep hearing less restrictive thrown out there. This is not less restrictive. As an alternate means and methods, if it's equivalent, it should be allowed. I think any applicant would allow that. However, there's no prohibition on locations of these anywhere in the code currently or under an alternate method approval. So when you look at this code change that does have prohibitions on, can't be put on sumps, can't be put on chemical waste systems or FOG, which are fatty oils and grease disposal systems, or in plenums. I mean, there's some prohibited locations that should be included somewhere, and that's why this guidance in an appendix would be beneficial. Hope I answered your question, Roger. I kind of went.
You do. I have, I guess, a follow up. Or if it is adopted as an appendix, can a jurisdiction decide not to accept that? And I guess I'm asking Mike again as a building official, or Corey. I don't know. Whoever can answer that question.
Absolutely, they can choose not to adopt that appendix. They can choose to adopt it, just like now they can choose to approve as an alternate means and methods, or they can choose not to approve it as an alternate method. So again, this really doesn't change the process for getting these approved. It just allows some technical code language that is consistent and can be applied.
Councilmember Wilker, go ahead.
So the rules that Micah was stating are all part of the manufacturer's recommendation. So when you do alternate means and methods, you have to install those devices. You can install them on sumps. There's rules that you have to install, and most of those rules that are in this proposal are already part of the manufacturer's instructions. Look, Micah didn't provide any factual information on how many of these devices are being asked for and what this burden actually is. Putting this appendix in our code is going to cause issues. And it is a less restrictive measure. It cannot mitigate positive pressure. In situations where there is positive pressure pushed against a trap seal, it will empty the trap seal and sewer gases will enter the room. At this point, I'd like to make a proposal that we overturn the BFP decision and go back to full disapproval of this proposal.
Second.
Go ahead. Councilmember Wilker, were you moving on that?
I made a motion to overturn the BFP's decision and disapprove this proposal.
Okay.
And this is Commissioner French, and I seconded the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Wilker, would you like to speak to your motion?
I do believe we have some basic rules for Chapter 9 that are gonna be undermined by the use of AAVs. Section 901.2 requires each trap to be protected against siphonage and back pressure. Section 901.3 requires a vent system prevent trap seal from being exposed to a pressure differential that exceeds 1 inch of water column. 912.2 requires an engineered vent system shall provide protection of the trap seal. Section 905.4 requires that vents terminate above the roof or reconnect to the vent stack. 906.1 requires each vent to terminate not less than 6 inches above the roof. And section 906.2 requires that a vent shall terminate 10 feet or 3 feet from an openable window, door, opening, or air intake. These are common problems. If a vent is close to a window, those gases can come inside and create the health hazard. These devices do fail. And when they do, they create a health hazard. And these other sections of the code that these devices, when installed, they will create a less restrictive code than currently exists. And so by adding them in, we are setting ourselves up at a state level for a health issue.
Okay. Councilmember French, would you like to speak to the second?
No, I'm comfortable that Corey expressed my concerns.
Thank you. Just a reminder before we get into further discussion with council, before taking action, I do need to take public comment. So just before we take a roll call on that. So Councilmember Chappelle, go ahead.
I think Carolyn had her hand up before me and it went down and went back up. Do you want to jump in there first, Carolyn?
Sure. Thank you, Micah. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to let that motion get through. I guess listening to both sides here, perhaps, Corey, it's a question for you. Is there a compromise or a more restrictive version of the appendix that could address the more problematic application above and beyond what is there? And would more public comment allow for that? I guess maybe more limitations on the quality or the certification or the labeling of certain valves, or more restrictions around access to inspection. My understanding is that for practical purposes, these are being installed in certain situations, and having clear rules around those instances seems like potentially useful. So anyway, just curious if you think there might be an evolution of it that could lead to that outcome. Thank you.
To answer your question, the proponents of AAVs have been trying to put them in the code for 25 years in Washington State, and they continue to try. The rules that are in place now with alternate means and method at least notifies the inspector that they're using a device that isn't allowed by code, but that allows the inspector, each jurisdiction, to impose whatever other rules they want to apply other than the manufacturer's instructions, right? And this has mitigated the issue, and it has not allowed it to be as used as frequently, and that's the concern. And again, there are 2 plumbing inspectors on the committee, and they both raised concerns for the health hazards. And to be fair, to Micah's point, once it was determined that it didn't meet the requirements of the WAC, we did end discussion, and part of it is everybody on that committee is a plumber, so we all know the hazards around allowing these into the code. And I hope that answers the question. The rules as they're now, each jurisdiction can make their own rules right now to allow them in their jurisdiction, or they can use the alternate means and method if they're not allowed, and use the device with whatever requirements the authority has. I think if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chappelle, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks again, Tony or Corey, for the information. Again, I'm not a proponent of air admittance valves. I'm a proponent of providing code guidance for code officials and applicants or folks installing these things. There's nothing there right now. It just comes in under an alternate means and methods, and we rely on the plumbers that Corey represents to provide us the information. And right now, what Corey is indicating is that plumbers want these prohibited in the state of Washington, instead of having the opportunity to use them under alternative means and methods. It sounds like what that argument is leaning towards, and that they've been fighting them for so long. It seems like that a prohibition on them should have been submitted at some point. Again, this code change will provide guidance, and I urge to vote against the motion, just based on the fact that we should have some additional public comment on this. I'm not the end all be all of knowledge, and I know Corey's provided some valuable information, but he's also provided a roadmap for code officials to say, if you aren't making these points to show equivalency for these certain sections of venting in Chapter 9, then we'll stop approving those alternate means and methods. So I would like to see it move forward for public comments and further discussion. That was kind of my point at the tag. The technical merits weren't discussed as I believe they should have been. And this will allow for further discussion on the technical merits of this proposal and whether or not it should be included in appendices. And then the entire council can vote on that later this fall. Thanks. Please vote against the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Hamlin, go ahead.
Yeah, I am torn on this one because I don't want to see any of the air admittance valve use increase. If this helps make it easier to use them, I'm opposed to that, but I also find that there are times when it is necessary and useful to be able to use them. So if we vote for the motion, basically everything stays the same, and that you would be able to get jurisdictional okay if you had a situation that you had to use a studio valve.
That's correct. Councilmember Anderson.
Thanks. I guess, are there documented cases of failures in the state of Washington? Corey?
Well, Shell, on that note, the way that information has been controlled is the manufacturers of these devices replace them for free. And so getting that information is very difficult, but I can tell you that most of the service guys get calls for these devices when they malfunction, primarily in the industry. I think we see them more often in homes than any other place, but currently anyway, when the devices fail, it gives the service guy, an avenue into the house to replace the device. They pull it out and they get a free one from the manufacturer. And so getting that information is very difficult, right? Because they hold on to it all. So to answer your question, no on the defects, but we do know they happen. Just the picture I showed you was in Washington State. And again, I have some information from just members of my local that take pictures of things when they find them, but I don't have any hard concrete evidence. We just know that it's a mechanical device. It doesn't have the same cross-sectional area. When a negative vacuum is pulled, it does not work the same as a UPC vent system. It doesn't allow the free flow of air. It doesn't have the cross-sectional area to mitigate that. So even under a vacuum, it can pull the trap seal. And even when they're functioning as intended, they can cause the trap seal to be pushed out by positive pressure. So those things in regards to how they work and that they will eventually fail. They still are going to eventually fail.
Okay, thanks. I guess I guess I'm generally in favor of more public comment, so I'm going to oppose the motion, but that doesn't mean that I support having the appendix either. It's just erring on the side of more public comment on what the BFP committee passed.
Thank you. Councilmember Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Corey, for all the information and passion that you shared with this. If we were talking about final adoption of Proposal 057 today, I would be voting against it. But similar to my comments previously, our discussion today is whether things go out for public comment. And I will take Micah and Carolyn's views to heart to say, is there a way that, given the concerns that are talking about, that we can provide some guidance on the alternate means and methods? And that's what I'm hoping to get public comment on. But I will say this, that it's going to be a very high bar, and a changes to 057 as proposed for me to support it when we look at it this fall. But I would like to hear more through the public comment process. Thank you.
Councilmember Chappelle.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment back to Corey's discussion on the cross-sectional sizing. We believe we addressed that type of issue. Again, this is why the importance of the technical merits of the proposal should have been discussed. We believe we addressed that under the size title that pointed that the sizing should be in accordance with the standard vent size as determined in table 703.2, which is the vent sizing table for the UPC. So I believe we've addressed those type of comments and concerns. Again, some of the issues that have been raised, we believe have been addressed by this proposal if the technical merits had been discussed in the tag. Thanks.
Vice Chair Doyle, go ahead.
Really on the fence on this, but I think in the absence of this language, you've got some building officials in parts of the states that are just going to approve things without really gathering the information. That's what concerns me the most. At least if we can limit it or make it more specific, I think that makes it a little bit safer for the public. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Okay, with that, what we're going to do is we're going to jump to public comment for those in attendance. If you have public comment, same guidelines will apply. You get one turn at public comment for the UPC, and you'll have a minute and a half. David, go ahead.
It is a clarification, I think, for everybody. Is this public? Right now, the only motion is a very limited motion, just about that one specific section. Is the public commented limited to the motion that's on the floor right now, or is it on for the overall picture of this section?
Thank you, David. It's the overall picture. This is their opportunity to have public comment on what's in front of us on the shared screen as a whole, and not so much directly related to just this one. I was trying to get to public comment prior to a motion, but I failed to do so once again. So here we go. So with that, let's see, let me get my timer up here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
In regards to, I think it happened earlier in the meeting, should I go over the other approved as modified proposals before we go to public comment so they have that information? Because we're starting a new, I asked earlier if we should, do I need to go over any of those other, I guess if somebody has comment, do I just respond? Or do you want me to go over the other ones that were approved?
Being that this is a continuation of the last meeting, I think we're squared away on those other ones. Unless another council member thinks that that would be best, I think we're okay with going to public comment.
Okay.
Okay, Larry, your time starts when you start.
I'd like to give you a little background information about AVs. We first seen them come out in mobile homes, and the reason why they were brought out in mobile homes because the walls weren't wide enough to get the vents up through. And that's where we first seen them, and that's how they got introduced. They gave a way for a mobile home to vent something without event. Anyway, the biggest thing that I've seen is in China, they had SARS. Guess who they chose to figure out the venting problem? The UPC. UPC doesn't back AVs. Okay. Then the people that have had the sickness, and we've seen it more than once. Okay. And there was a question about, well, why don't they sue these people? Well, because of the cost of litigation. I called one of the people up and they said, no, we just wanted the problem to go away. And then AVs shouldn't be considered, if you're talking to me, for new construction. I've never seen a reason why I can't get a vent, an island vent done by the UPC, done properly in new construction. There's always a way to come up with it. I've never seen it not happen. And then finally on the AVs is, as a plumber over here on the east side, we don't go to the inspector to get a carte blanche like Micah said. We got a whole track homes that we're going to put these in.
Thank you, Larry. Ray, go ahead. Ray, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to comment on the air admittance valves too. For as long as I've been a building inspector, now I'm a building official, this has always been a question that's been brought up about these. We've always been under the impression that we will allow them when no other venting system is required. Corey mentioned it several times. This was unanimously voted down by the TAG. They didn't talk about the technical aspects of it because they already know the technical aspects of these air admittance valves. I would encourage the council to please take the technical advisor's advice in what they chose to do on this and remove it from this list of proposals. There's a reason that they were voted and put on that technical advisory board. They're the professionals. They deal with this all the time. So I'm just asking to please, under my public comment, remove GP2057 from the list. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other public comment. So with that, we have a motion on the table. And if you could, Corey, please repeat your motion.
My motion is to overturn the BFP's decision to bring this forward to public comment because of health concerns and the fact that it doesn't meet the UPC guidelines. It is a less restrictive method to get venting done.
Okay, thank you. With that, then let's go ahead and take a roll call. Annette, go ahead.
Jill Anderson,
No.
Jay Arnold,
No.
Micah Chappelle,
No.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Hal French,
Aye.
Bob Hamlin,
Aye.
Roger Hringa,
No.
Matthew Hepner,
Aye.
Pete Reiki,
Aye.
Katie Sheehan,
No.
Carolyn Trout,
No.
Corey Wilker.
Aye.
We do have Todd Bayreuther here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Todd,
Thank you. I came in late, so I'll abstain. Thank you.
And what do you have for the count? I have 6-6.
that is what I have.
Todd, are you sure?
Okay.
No, you've abstained. I will vote in since it is a tie. And I will vote no. Okay, so motion fails. Vice Chair Doyle, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move the remaining proposals from the UPC be adopted.
As approved by the BFP.
Yes.
This is Mike. I have a question whether to second that. When he says remaining proposals, does that mean including the air admittance valve?
I should have been more clear. Let me restate my motion. I move that the changes as listed on the screen and approved by the BFP be approved.
Thank you. I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. In the case that there is a tie again or someone abstaining, just for discussion's sake, normally I would stay out of the discussion, but I do just want to speak to the no vote and why I would vote yes on this one. And that is because of the guidance factor of it, and it is an appendix. And I think that that is a very key portion of this. This has been talked about exhaustively at this time, and so I will not continue that. And hopefully that statement resonates. So, Councilmember Hammond, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of the air admittance valves moving forward too easily, but I do agree that this needs more discussion. And I think with that close of a vote, we'll have more discussion.
Absolutely, thank you. Councilmember Reiki, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of AAVs, but I guess my question is one of process. What is an appendix and how does it get used by a local code official? I'm not clear on the details of that and how this affects the AAVs. So more of a basic question here.
Sure, so I'll attempt to answer, and if someone wants to weigh in, they can. In the code, it is specified in the beginning chapters and explanation of the code that if a code as a whole is adopted, it does not include the appendixes, and that is up to the local jurisdiction to adopt. And so they're more of a guidance section, one that can be utilized by the jurisdiction. And so by adopting it as an appendix, it does not mean that that they are allowed or that there is a blanket code that would apply to all situations. It would be when it applies, you could reference it as a guideline. And so that's one way that I would explain it. And go ahead, Councilmember Chappelle.
I would just add to that, meaning that you also would not have to come back to the SBCC to approve or adopt that appendix at your jurisdiction.
Correct. Councilmember Wilker, go ahead.
And so it has a similar process to the current process, which is the alternate means and methods, right? You still have to ask the authority having jurisdiction whether or not you can use the appendix.
That's my understanding of it. Yes, that would be good practice for the jurisdiction or whoever the code official is. Yes.
I'm commenting on the similarity. The proponent was discussing the burden. The burden still remains, whether it's an appendix, and with an appendix, we have the associated issues. So we'll have more discussion.
Councilmember Chappelle, go ahead.
I would clarify that if the appendix is adopted by a jurisdiction, the alternate methods request would not be required for air admittance valves. They would be expressly allowed by that jurisdiction based on the adoption of the appendix language.
Thank you for that clarification. Krista, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that the council the council, when they're adopting an appendix or creating an appendix, there are three options for an appendix. There is an appendix that is included in the adoption of the code. There's an appendix that is included as a pre-approved local amendment. And there is just a straightforward appendix. If that appendix is adopted by a local jurisdiction and it does have impact on residential construction, it would still need to come to the council for approval for residential use. As a pre-approved, it would not. So those are the three different adoption levels for an appendix.
And which are we here?
Would we need a clarification on what of the three options are is the motion intended to cover? Sounds like we do.
During the BFP committee, I think Micah's suggestion was, or Micah's understanding was that the appendix will be effective only if adopted by local ordinance, only if adopted by jurisdiction. This is when the conversation went.
And so that would have to come back to the code, the SBCC.
That was not coming back to the SBC was not my intent. It was an approved appendix that I believe Krista stated it as a pre-approved appendix where the jurisdiction would not have to come back to the SBCC.
But they would have to specifically adopt it.
Yes, they would still have to specifically adopt that appendix in their adopting ordinance.
Okay, with that, just for clarification purposes, Vice Chair Boyle, is that your intention during your motion?
I'm sorry, was that directed at me?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure in your motion that that is what you were intending, was for that option where the local jurisdiction would have to adopt that appendix.
That's how I understood it at the BFP meeting, and yes, that is my intent.
Okay, and Micah has the second. You agree with that? Excellent.
Yes, yes.
With that, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay, so we have Shell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Byeruther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
Yes.
Al French,
Yes.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Matthew Hepner,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
Aye.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Carolyn Traub,
Yes.
Corey Wilker.
No.
The motion carries 12-1. Thank you for the clarification on that, Krista. That cleared that up. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will go to the Wildland Urban Interface Code. It is 12:53, so I have 7 minutes before I have to leave, and then we'll be turning the meeting over to Vice Chair Doyle. With that, I would like to open up discussion on the Wildland Urban Interface and some of the discussions we've had at the TAG, as well as the BFP committee. Where we left off last time was basically what we're discussing today after the BFP is that the TAG disapproved 2 tables that help guide us with the mapping system. And Micah's going to do a beautiful job, very elegantly explaining all that like he always does. One of the reasons the TAG did not adopt one of the tables is because we felt like there was not enough time to fully discuss and vet those 2 tables and which one would be good. But at the BFP committee discussed and talked about how without one of the tables, there's not enough guidance for the jurisdiction to appropriately apply and navigate the DNR mapping. That's the best way I can explain that. With that being said, and being that I only have a couple minutes here, Councilmember Chappelle, one thing that I would like to see, and as the TAG of the WUI group, I am going to have an opinion on this portion of it, although I won't be here to vote, nor would I as the chair of the council. So, but what I would like to see as a recommendation is that both tables get approved as appendixes for the jurisdiction to choose which one they would like. And part of that is because it is the lack of ability during the TAG process to vet and discuss either one. And with that being said, I know that the council member Chappelle, as well as many other involved in this prior to the tag, did a amazing amount of work and did an excellent job presenting these. It was just that the discussion portion, we were up against the clock and moved that to the BFP. And as I respect the BFP committee's decision, I do think that's an option that honors both the tag and the BFP's recommendations on these, and also provides an option for the jurisdiction at the local level by putting both into an appendix, maybe labeled separately, that would allow them to choose what path they would like to take. And it would also allow for public comment moving forward for these two options. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Chappelle.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the idea. I will push back against it a little bit. I think that would just add confusion and inconsistency. I do agree with you, though, 100%. We need a table of some type to move forward. I think both of these should move forward into the public comment section, and I believe they could be further worked on or developed if necessary, and then a choice could be made on your recommendation or your idea there later. But I do want to see at least both of these move forward. Again, as Tony mentioned, the TAG's recommendation was not based on the technical merits of these tables. It was based on just, we were up against such a time crunch, and there was some questions and stuff that maybe folks just didn't have enough clarity on the TAG just based off of where we were. We did have DNR, Ashley Blazina, I believe is how you say her last name, came to the TAG meeting and kind of explained where they got the information and how they developed the map, which I think was very beneficial in understanding these tables a little more. And so based on some emails with Ashley, there was some agreements that the worksheet that I presented, which would be, I don't remember which number there. Anyway, which would be most accurate in the instance with some additional changes. And I made a few additional changes that were indicated and sent that to Stoyan. Unfortunately, it was today, so I know everybody hasn't had, but the changes were so minor. It was just including some of the red and yellow color information that comes from the DNR map. And so that was just the minor addition there, and that's not the one that has the minor addition that Stoyan is showing, unfortunately. So it was just, that was kind of where we were on those two tables. And we can have further discussion on those at some point. And I want to give Mr. French, he's got his hand up, and I want to make sure he has time to speak and ask questions. Thanks.
Well, and I thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Tony has relinquished the chair to Micah, I think that Tony is in a position to where he could make a motion. And if you wanted to put a motion on the floor to represent at least expanding the conversation so it's eligible for public comment, I mean, I think that's a worthy effort and consistent with some of the other stuff we've done.
Just a point of clarification. So I cannot be in attendance and not be chair. And so before moving forward any further, I have to leave the meeting, and then our vice chair, Damon Doyle, will be upgraded to chair, and then he will run the meeting from there. I appreciate your comments, though, Councilmember French.
Yeah, for the record, I was just trying to back you up, so thank you.
That's why I said thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So with that, I apologize for having to leave early, but a subpoena is a subpoena, so I got to get to the courthouse. And thank you, everyone, for your time, and thanks for everyone for making it on short notice and putting in the efforts everyone has. It does not go unnoticed. And with that, I'll be leaving the meeting and turning it over to Vice Chair Doyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the Wildland Urban Interface Code? Micah, go ahead, please.
I have plenty of discussion, but I think it's open for public comment as well. And I want to make sure the public does get a chance to discuss some of these. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Chair, now, if you want to have the public comment on all the proposals or just the table worksheet of each proposal.
I think if there is public comment on this, I'd like to go for all three of the proposals on this worksheet. So,
Then I will abstain from making a motion at this time until we have public comment.
thank you. Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, I have substantial issues with both tables. I don't really see a substantive difference between the two and how they're applied. If we could insert into it simply a definition, a well-defined definition of vegetative density, that would be very helpful, but it's missing from the actual definitions list. And I think that is probably my sticking point with both tables. But on the other hand, I think we should probably move this forward and get public input on this. As far as the part that was approved by the TAG and the BFP, that section covered most of the aspects of building construction and fire resistance, of which I'm not an expert, and the folks who worked on that, I think, did an excellent job. So I have no problem with that, with the first proposal on the list. It just simply, what are we going to do about the tables here? So, and public comment, I think, is important. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There was a letter that suggested that we exceeded the minimums in the RCW. I believe that was by the Realtors organization. And I looked it up, and yeah, it is pretty clear that the code cannot exceed the minimums in, I mean, it specifically says, any amendment to the code is adopted under subsections 1 and 2. This section may not result in that is more than the minimum performance standards and requirements contained in the published model code. So I guess I wanted to ask, the committees and anybody from the committee of the TAG, like, do they feel like this is in excess of, or does that violate that statute or not? Because I haven't done enough research to figure out if that's true or not. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I too saw the letter. Micah, can you address that?
Yeah, as I read the letter as well, I would like to state that no, it does not exceed the RCW. The RCW language is included in this code, and then it allows for options if the applicant wants to do an optional finding of fact, which is explicitly allowed by the legislation for this, for the Wildland Urban Interface Code. So that's what the code change does. So it doesn't, it does not become less restrictive, but it does now currently, well, the current proposal will allow for the options for finding of fact as stated in the legislative language, which is not necessarily included in the RCW there. But if we wanted to open the legislation, it talks about that finding of fact.
Okay. Any other further comments from the council before I open it up for public comment? Hearing none, let's see if we have any public comment. I don't see anybody with their hand up. Any of the public want to comment on the Wildland Urban Interface Code? Jeanette, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jeanette McCaig, representing Washington Realtors. Yeah, just wanted to say that this tag, the WUI code tag only had 6 hours to review all this information. And we only had enough time just to hear the presentation, hear some changes to the presentations, all the amendments that you see before you on the table. And it was one of those things where, as you're looking through it, there were questions to be asked before moving this forward. So our recommendation, and again, our concern with, following the authority given by the legislature, making sure we're not going beyond it. And it's not to say that there aren't some good changes in here, but we need to understand that it's within the authority granted to the State Building Code Council, and also that that everybody understands how this is going to be implemented and play on the ground. So therefore, in our letter, we recommended not moving this forward, but rather giving the tag the opportunity to look at it next year. If there's some concern that it could only be done in 3 years, then I think our recommendation would be, if you're moving it forward, at least give direction to the tag to meet and to just refine these proposals, and then bring that forward in September for hearing, as a modification.
Okay, thank you. Stoyan, may I ask, was there new legislation passed this last session that is driving this effort?
No, it was prior of that.
Okay.
So what happened with the WUI, the law was enacted, the council adopted language in the WAC, and in February, the council decided to strike out the language that was adopted as an emergency rule, and it was readopted. The emergency rule was readopted a few days ago. So currently, we don't have anything in the building codes effective. We have the RCW, which I just showed you a couple of minutes ago, and the intent here is to adopt a brand new WUI code under a different WAC number as a standalone code. Previously, it was an appendix to the fire code.
Okay, all right. If I'm looking at my screen correctly, and forgive me for my newness at this, it looks like I have 2 people with their hand up, but I only see Jeanette still with her hand up. First public comment.
Andrea Smith's hand is also up.
That's what I couldn't see. Okay. Andrea, please go ahead. Oh, hang on. Here we go.
Hi, thank you so much. This is Andrea from the Building Industry Association of Washington. I just kind of wanted to echo what Jeanette said about following the process of it being very condensed and not allowing tag members enough time to really vet this properly. I guess I would ask for the same sort of request that she did as well, where we could convene the tag again and perhaps move this to an off-cycle rulemaking effort. And if that doesn't work, perhaps the next code cycle, and see what comes out of the next legislative session. In regards to this, I definitely think that there are already mechanisms within the building code for local adoption if different jurisdictions wanted to adopt above and beyond what is listed in legislation already. So I would just caution moving this forward until there's more vetting and answers around whether or not this goes above and beyond what's granted, and the legislative mandates from a few sessions ago are answered. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ken, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
All right, great. Just wondering if Micah could answer this, because I haven't talked to him about this and I wasn't part of the first code change proposal, the 58. Was the appendix E is shown, the finding of fact, is that included? And if so, how is that going to be used?
All right, ask me that again. I was looking at Appendix E, or trying to find Appendix E as you. How's it going to be used?
Yeah, it's the findings of fact, the Appendix E, which is titled Finding of Fact. And I didn't know, since both of you were trying to add tables into Chapter 3 to help explain findings of fact. Are we not using that appendix at all?
So that appendix is included as part of the state proposal, the proposal we put forward as being able to be used. And that's also part of the legislation, not the appendix, but the finding of fact. So yes, Appendix E was included in, then your other question was, how is that going to be used?
Yeah, just trying to figure out the correlation of that Chapter 3, which talks about finding of fact. And then we're trying to put in these tables or worksheets to help. But is that the location to put them, or should they be in this appendix E?
No, we talked about that. Sorry, now I'm getting your question. No, the appendix is just for informational purposes only. It's not intended for adoption
Okay.
or to be used. So that's why we move this information to chapter 3. And of
Got
course, in appendix E, there's no direction on the mapping or how it ties into DNR mapping. There's actually no direction on that at all, except in the legislation. So yeah, this is just for some information on finding a fact. However, it's not real clear. And really the tables we're discussing are how to do finding a fact based on the DNR map.
Okay, then to speak then on the next two proposals, my recommendation to the council would to include both of them as are permitted to follow table or worksheet 302-302.2 and then also or 302.3. At least you get them both in there for a public comment and they're presented together side by side or next to each other. And then during public comment, we can figure out which would be the best of the two. So that would be my suggestion, is to include both of them in the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Micah, go ahead.
I just want to add some follow-up to some of the public comments that were made on the process. The question is, how do we utilize, and this is why we're doing this in group 2 and moved it to group 2 from group 1 and not push it out any further, is how do we utilize the current requirements of RCW 1927-560? That's the biggest concern. That's the big concern that's come from code officials, from fire code officials, and others that go, how do we use that? So right now, the only course of action is if you fall in a red or yellow portion of the DNR map, you have to apply, or a project is required to apply the requirements of RCW 1927-560, which is the most restrictive parts of the Wildland Urban Interface Code. And that's not clear in RCW that that's supposed to occur if you fall within the map, the DNR map, the red and yellow colors. The tables, especially the one I put together, the modified one provides some clarification there that if you are in a red or yellow, the DNR map applies. If you are any other color, or excuse me, if you're red or yellow, the Wildland Urban Interface Code applies. If you're any other color on the DNR map, the Wildland Urban Interface Code does not apply. However, if you are to construct in the green areas of the Wildland Urban Interface map, there's a determination, finding a fact that has to be made. There is zero guidance on how to do that at this time. That's what this code change proposal will do, along with the main portion of the code we're putting forward. The table will give you some guidance on how to do that. So I encourage, and maybe I need to make that motion, but again, I wanted to give time for the public to comment. Since they're done, I suppose I should make this motion.
Please do.
That we move the BFP recommendations, that all three proposals move forward into the public comment process, CR 102, and that we are able to get more feedback on maybe some additions or subtractions from these tables and which one that the public would prefer. So that's my motion, is to move the BFP recommendations forward.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
This is Bob. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Annette, would you go ahead and take a roll call, please?
Okay. Shell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Byerther,
Aye.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Al French,
Yes.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Matthew Hebner,
Yes.
Pete Ricky,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Carolyn Traub,
Yes.
Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Well, 0.
And the results were?
12-0.
Thank you. I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, clarifying question.
Go ahead.
The vote was to include the tables in the body of the code, right? Not as not in appendix.
Correct.
That's how I understood
That's
it.
Chair. Sorry. I thought you asked me since I made the motion.
Okay. Moving on. Item number 3 on the agenda, the request for emergency rule, the proposed temporary heat pump efficiency reduction. I don't know if our proponent, Carolyn Logue, is available. I knew she was traveling today. I'm going to look here to see if by chance, Carolyn, are you out there somewhere? It looks like she's still signed in. This issue was brought up due to the fact that there's a severe shortage of 11 HSPF heat pumps that a lot of people may have chosen to use as their energy credits. And it provided some options that Dan Wildenhouse helped devise to get equivalent systems that would save about the same amount of energy if you used I believe it was a 10 HSPF, is that correct? Along with one of the 5 optional things. I know the industry is very much anxious for this. It's not really something that can wait till September. So if there's someone out there that is able to make a motion to move this forward, or at least for discussion, I would entertain that. Shell.
Yeah, I've looked at this when it was proposed before, and I would like to move it forward with a couple of amendments. In other words, enacting the emergency rule with a couple of modifications to it.
Okay.
First, I'll speak in support of it, which is, I think, we have an advanced energy code in this state, and I think the supply chain issues are very real, as we've heard, and especially with less expensive chips that are out there. And that while we have a strong energy code, we also need to be able to provide relief. And I think both of those things need to go hand in hand. Keep the energy code strong, provide relief as necessary. In looking at the first option, and I don't know if Krista, you're or Stein, you're in charge of this, but could you renumber them 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 instead of 5 bullets, just so we can talk about them? So the first one is very logical. It's a pathway in the new code, and it interpolates just well as a great energy savings measure. The second one, I haven't seen all the data on it, but if we go with the CEF of 3.93 or higher, appears to be a decent energy savings measure that gets us close to the original goal. The third one, in doing some basic research, it seems like it's also an energy savings measure, and it has the other benefit of being a market transformation thing, where if we want more of a more efficient appliance, incentivizing it in this way is a good way to go. The fourth one, I'm not quite as sure about, because it seems not to really meet the threshold of energy savings, or not even that close. The fifth one is explicitly part of the proposed residential energy code, so that's easy to say, yes, that's equivalent. The tag is found it to be equivalent. So, and then the date on here was the other kind of question that I had, and I'm just looking at the date on here till June 30, 2023 is a good date. Earlier it had suggested it would go till the end of 2023, and I think it should follow the code cycle, and the code cycle ends on June 30th of this time. So I'm going to make a motion that we grant this emergency rule as written, except without option 4 in the list. And
Okay.
that's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I have a point of order question for Chair on that. Under the timeline in here that you mentioned, are we legally allowed to do that? I thought emergency rules had a time limitation on them. And once that time limitation expired, we would have to go into permanent rulemaking for that emergency rule. So they're talking about extending this for roughly 12 months, and that exceeds the time limitation. So I need some clarification on that from either you or our AGA representative.
I guess the motion would right now would be to go to emergency rule, and yeah, I'll leave it to staff or others to talk about what that means for next steps through June 30, 2020.
Stoyan, do you want to comment on that?
The emergency rule is typically effective for 120 days, and I was looking at Dave Merchant if he can provide something smarter.
Well, with just the caveat that you can usually redo it once, and then you have to go into permanent rulemaking, and you have to justify why you're redoing it once. So it might be better just either to put a deadline that fits within what Stoyan says, or don't even mention a deadline, and the emergency rule obviously cannot exceed the amount of time that you're allowed to do it, and let it just naturally expire by its own terms. Those are choices available to you all, though.
Okay, and if we were to try to go into permanent rulemaking within that 120-day period, I mean, obviously there's a vehicle for that. Is that correct?
You just have to initiate. You don't have to get to a particular place in the rulemaking process. So as long as you've initiated bona fide rulemaking to make it permanent, then you could continue it.
Okay. Shell, do you want to amend your motion to change the date to 120 days to be more consistent?
Yes, the amended, I'll restate the motion as enter into emergency rulemaking with this, basically the language in the letter as modified, and then also to begin permanent rulemaking for this particular issue.
Okay. Does the second agree?
I'm not sure it was seconded. I think I had anticipated seconding it. But I would, I guess my point would be that if we struck the sentence completely, outlining a deadline, that I would second.
I think
Okay,
I think the motion.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the motion is for the bold portion of what we're seeing here. Everything else is narrative before or after.
Okay, Chell, can you verify that? Because I think your motion was to include what was stated in the letter. So I want to make sure that if we just strike that and what your intent is, I would second.
Yeah, the motion is to the bolded text as Doyle suggested would be entered as an emergency rule, and this is within the options table. That would be an emergency rule, and then that we would also enter into permanent rulemaking for this same issue.
That helps. Thank you.
Mike, is that a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay. Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, clarification question for the maker of the motion. Item 2 there kind of suggests 2 options, and which of those 2 options about the dryer was part of your motion?
That's a good point. I said that in my statement, but not in my motion. So the motion includes the CEF of 3.93 or higher. So
that would be
requiring the dryer, but 3.93 or higher is the intent of the motion I made. I said that in my statement, but not in the actual motion. So I'm restating that in the motion now.
okay.
And then one, I guess, second question is this the actual code language, or is this the idea and staff would wordsmith it a touch?
The intent is that it is, that the staff would be allowed to fit it into the code in the right spot and wordsmith it as necessary to fulfill the intent of what's on the screen right now.
Thank you.
I'll second the modification that for clarification on the screen. Thanks.
Thank you. And just for further clarification, should this pass, this goes into effect immediately, is that correct, Stein?
On when it's filed,
When it's filed, okay, when the emergency rule is filed.
not tomorrow. We'll need a few days.
That's fine, yeah, okay. And I think there was some discussion when this came up the previous two times, whether this could be retrofitted or rolled back. And I think that would be up to the building official, but it's not any different than you run into an engineering issue on your project and you have to stop, go back to your structural engineer, get a clarification, make a change. I would suspect that a builder or a homeowner who found that they could not get the 11 could come to their building official and ask for this once we have applied the emergency rule. Everybody else kind of feel the same way? Okay, I'm getting some nods. Nods work. Okay, any further discussion? Joe.
I guess when we had discussed this before, I guess it was my understanding, and I forgot this until just now, sorry, that these things were the options here were in addition to other credits that had been pursued. In other words, if you'd already pursued the appliance credit, then you couldn't double dip with this appliance credit. And that was, I guess, it's not clearly stated in the bold text. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that you're basically choosing the equivalent of a half credit by choosing one of these 4 options here that you hadn't selected already. And I don't know how to make that clear in the text right now. But that was my understanding from earlier conversations with the council.
Right. I think Krista might be able to fix that. It looks like it's only item number 2 that could be potentially a double dip because the other 3 items don't exist in the table 406 at the moment. So.
Yeah. Krista, is that clear, or should I restate the motion to include that?
It would probably be helpful to have you restate the motion. That would give me some leeway in developing the code language to do that.
Yep, okay. So the motion is to move into emergency rulemaking with the bolded text as modified on the screen, and also to enter into permanent rulemaking with this same issue. Noting that the 4 options you see would the selected option would need to be in addition to other options that have been selected, or for the option listed as 5, which is really going to be number 4. I guess in that case, you've already selected that option. You're just now using a NEEP cold climate 1 at 10. I guess that's really complicated to say, but it's not as clear. So I guess, okay, restate the motion. Or let me give you some direction as to what should read on the screen. For number 2, it should say, after the sentence, it should say, this is not available if it has already been selected to meet the R406 requirements.
It works.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. Todd?
Okay, so the motion is to move into emergency rulemaking with the bolded text on the screen, with a little bit of license for staff to fit it, to wordsmith it and fit it correctly into the code, and also to move into permanent rulemaking with the same text. That's the motion.
Mike, are you still good?
I will agree with the further modifications based on Shell's expertise. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Todd?
Thank you, Chair. Process question, then technical question. Process, we are going to take public comment, I assume still, right? Is that?
Go ahead.
It's open. We checked the book. Yeah, it's a new requirement. It should be open for public.
Okay. Are you talking about today or throughout the permanent rulemaking process?
Today.
Today.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so in that, I'd like, if anyone can weigh in either on the council or from the public. So I'm not opposed to obviously emergency rulemaking, right? I've expressed in the past, I have concerns here when we do it for supply chain issues and concerns. So my question to everyone is on the technical side. So is this valid even if there was not a supply chain consideration? I mean, we are saying in meter exceeds and therefore we feel strongly that these technologies should move their way into the current code. And specifically my concern there as a manufacturing representative is this also affects how investments are made to meet these concerns. So acknowledging there is a supply chain concern here, but also that as capital investments are made to address this, those are on a longer term, and pivots like these do affect those types of considerations. So I'll leave that open to anyone to respond. Thank you.
Todd, those are really valid points. I do see that Carolyn has jumped on and has her hand up. Shell, did you want to jump in first? Shell, go ahead.
If Caroline has something to say, go for it, Caroline.
No, oh, I'm sorry. I was referring to Carolyn Logue, the proponent.
I guess I was going to say that the tag has already found that options 1 and the number 5 are equivalent. Option 3, I think, has a market transformation opportunity to move to increase adoption of advanced technology, which is kind of what you were suggesting. I think option 2 is just, it doesn't meet necessarily those requirements, but does include a dryer that is a bit more advanced technology than is common practice. So I think they all meet some threshold of helping additional technology be adopted, except for one that is simply the tag is already seen as equivalent. I have to say, I don't like changing rules, emergency rules, like we are doing. I don't like the process of it, but I think we're in unprecedented, once in a lifetime times, and I want to make sure that our builders who are doing a great job have an adequate path to meet the code.
Thank you. Councilmember Traub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, one more clarifying question. I think just wanted to confirm that the motion, for these options that pertain to item 3.5 in table 406.3, that these are in addition to the HSPF of 11. And so if you still wanted to pursue that to get the 1.5 credits, that these were not in lieu of that, these were additional.
So as I understand, we're saying that a HSPF of 10 is equivalent to an HSPF of 11 if you do one of these other items. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and just confirming, right, it's just for that one item, I guess, in the R406 table.
It is for just that one credit item, yes.
Thank you.
Micah?
I'll vote in favor of the motion, obviously, since I seconded it. I know that I kind of spoken against this where we're piecemealing requests for delays of code and everything else, and I'm not a fan of it either. And Jill mentioned that it, wonderfully, is that we are in a time when we haven't seen this. I can't remember this. I might have seen a little bit of this when I was young. When I say young, can't remember and wasn't working, early age. Anyway, I won't go into how old I am, but I think we need to remain flexible and responsive to some extent. Again, I've kind of spoken against this before, but currently we got to find a good balance. And I think this finds that balance. It's not just, hey, we're not going to do anything, but if you do this, we're going to identify that as equivalent and let you move forward. So I think this is a good path to do this in this instance. If we see some more of these coming in, I'm not opposed to finding a balance with those either. So I will vote in favor of the motion, obviously. Thanks.
Thank you. David?
Just a quick clarification request for the maker of the motion. Right now, as I heard the motion, it was simply to move into emergency rulemaking as opposed to adopt as an emergency rule. And we would end up having to do another motion if it is only to move into emergency rulemaking as opposed to just say, I move to adopt as an emergency rule. So just wanted that clarification.
Okay. That the difference in language meant nothing to me when I made the motion. So yes, the motion meant to adopt this as an emergency rule and enter into permanent rulemaking for everything in the motion.
Okay. Mike, are you good with that?
Yeah, I understood that as the intent to adopt the language in bold as emergency rule and move that language further into permanent rulemaking process. Thanks.
Perfect. Todd?
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone's feedback on that. I think the last point I'll make, and I am in support of this and will support this today. I just want to make sure we understand if we're setting any new precedents here. Of course, I'm more in the building code and the structural materials, and there are many structural materials I'd like to move into the code this way also, right? Because of supply chain constraints. But we have alternative means and methods. And I've asked before, because I don't understand the alternative approaches as well in the energy code as I do in the building code. So I just want to put that out there one more time, that the feedback was, it's not the same, Todd. This is the best path forward. We actually get it in the code and as emergency rule. So thank you.
Thank you. We've had a member of the public with their hand up for a while, and that's Carolyn Logue. So I'm going to go ahead and call on Carolyn. Carolyn, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, this is Carolyn Logue on behalf of the Washington Air Conditioning Contractors Association. We appreciate you bringing this back forward. We took your advice to heart last time we brought this to you, to go back and find a different way of doing it from our original. We do support the proposal. I've been tracking how the motion has evolved and still do support the emotion as it's going forward. And we do think that this will provide relief in situations where we can't find the exact 11.0 systems, and will give us the ability to have more manufacturers that we can go to and more systems that we can kind of develop and get heat pumps into people's homes, which is the goal of what we're trying to do here. So we do support this. We appreciate making it part of not only just an emergency, but also permanent, so that it can apply to the 2018 code. And then I hearing all the things about the going forward. Yes, we think that because of some of the changes and because supply chain is still up in the air, we hope as you're moving forward the 2021 codes, this kind of flexibility is really important, especially if we get into some situations like this again, because we are very concerned about when California starts to require all its heat pumps about how much supply will actually be available for a few years. So we appreciate this. We like the direction it's going and hope that you'll move it forward. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Carolyn Logue or any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Okay, Shell Anderson.
Yes.
Jay Arnold.
Yes, if you didn't hear the first time.
Okay, thank you. Todd Byerther.
Aye.
Micah Chappelle.
Yes.
Al French.
Yes.
Bob Hamlin.
Yes.
Roger Haringa. I don't see him. Matthew Hepner,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Carolyn Trout,
Yes.
Corey Wilker.
Yes.
Eleven zero.
Okay, thank you, Annette. Fourth item of business is other business. Does anyone have any other business? Man, I'm going to get an award for having an efficient meeting here if we're done that much earlier. Micah, go ahead.
I just want to say thanks to all the TAG members for their work and effort, and all the folks that have attended the last meeting and the special meeting to provide their input. And I want to encourage their further input, especially on the wildland urban interface stuff, as we move into the public comment phase of this in the coming months. Again, there's a broad work group on this, but we can always use additional eyes and input to provide changes and make it better and functional for everybody. So again, thanks. And I still encourage that feedback. And if you do have feedback specifically to the WUI code item, you can email it to me, and we'll get that in front of a bunch of other folks and maybe invite you to that meeting as well. So again, I look forward to hearing from everybody on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
If I can say something, I have 5 minutes. I need 5 minutes during my staff report, but under other business, I have something that I've been keeping since 3 meetings ago. Because the conversation, we got involved in this conversation regarding the cost benefit analysis. We had cost benefit analysis provided by third party for the commercial energy code. And my intent was to have another third party working on a cost benefit analysis for the residential code. And I promise that I will ask the council, if not for a vote, just for some feedback. Again, I've been keeping it for a few meetings because I never had the chance to talk about it, but we need 3 contracts, one with the cost benefit analysis and the residential energy code. The second one, the State Building Code Council is required to submit a report to the legislature when we adopt the code every 3 years. And the report is, where are we on the energy reduction? So there is a statutory mandate for the council to adopt building codes that will save energy. And every 3 years, with the adoption of the new building codes, we are providing this information to the Senate and the House. Usually, we use a third party to tell us the percentage. So this is the second study, and the last one. We want to hire a third party, have a contract with a third party to develop more comprehensive analysis on the adopted energy code, residential and commercial. This is the big contract. The cost benefit is the time consuming one. So for the other 2, we have time. For the cost benefit analysis is the time consuming one. For the commercial energy code, I had conversations with several entities. The decision was to use Ecotop for many reasons. One of those, and the most important, that Ecotop was used by DES for one of the studies they did for the council. And the second one, at the time I mentioned this to the council, I didn't get any negative feedback. So whatever happened. Now for the residential energy code, I need some feedback from the council members. I had initial conversations with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. And if you believe that we won't be dealing with ethic issues and conflict of interest, I'm asking you for your, we don't really need a vote, but at least if you can provide me some feedback. If not, I have two options. Use whatever the staff and the council members and the work group of economic impact, use whatever we can do and develop the preliminary and final cost benefit analysis without any third party. Or the second option is do a bidding process, which takes much longer time. So I don't know if this is important for you and makes sense for you, but it makes sense for me because I wanna, and Krista and Annette, we wanna have a fair rulemaking process, and you know, the accusations and the comments that were received were taken into consideration, but we want to do it the right way.
Okay, thank you, Stoyan. Al?
Yeah, I appreciate your comments and observations, Stoya. And you know, the challenge with consultant, no matter what the topic is, the good ones are the ones that agree with you, the bad ones are the ones that don't. And you know, the real challenge is finding one that will be impartial and that has credibility to it and stuff. So you know, at the county, we not only have to meet the standards with regard to conflicts of interest, but it's also the appearance of fairness. And in fact, I think there's a state statute that talks about the appearance of fairness as you're dealing with legislative issues and stuff. So I think the expanding the scope of folks that you look at for doing this study would help. Maybe the outcome is going to be different, maybe not, but at least I think it will eliminate critics and provide a heightened level of credibility with whatever the outcome is. So encourage you to broaden the scope, maybe even go through an RFP process or whatever, and try and get some distance through the selection process. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, the other thing that I forgot to clarify. So the cost benefit analysis, what was the intent? The intent wasn't to have all this crazy conversation. The intent was we will have the preliminary cost benefit analysis. We are using the data provided by the proponents. Staff does some simple research. However, the energy code is the most complicated code. We don't have the capability to develop a comprehensive final cost benefit analysis. So the staff can do some work, but we cannot go above and beyond whatever is submitted by the proponents. The idea for the third party was we will have this report and we'll add it to the preliminary cost benefit analysis. And we also were using and adding as attachment all comments that were submitted before the work group of economic impact and during the comment period and the public hearings. So the intent wasn't to say, okay, here is the report and you deal with it, adopt or not adopt. The idea was, and it is, for the residential code to provide more information for the council members in order to evaluate the code proposals. The cost benefit analysis are always subjective. You ask 10 people, you get 9 different opinions. And again, our intent is just to provide a different viewpoint. If I had the money and the time, I would hire 5 third parties, but I don't. Why we are in this situation, and we'll keep talking about the time frame, it's because group 1, group 2 adoption sounds good for many reasons, but it's killing the council staff, and it's killing the council members when and the technical advisory groups also because of the time frame. This is where we are.
Got you. Thank you. Did you get the feedback you wanted?
Not really.
Okay. It looks like Chell has something to add.
I think Pacific Northwest National Labs is entity that could do a good job of a cost benefit analysis. Is a national organization. And then if we did a bidding process, would it even be possible to get the information in the hands of the council ahead of our final votes in October and November on the residential code?
I need to work with DS on that. I don't know. The first time we were really in a crunch, we didn't have the time. Keep in mind that there are, again, I think I said it, there are not very many entities that are doing that in Washington State. So, I mean, if there are council members that they want to develop their own cost benefit, I mean, I'm open. I just, I want to do whatever the council members want.
Okay.
I guess the other thing is, Mike Kennedy used to do this analysis for the council, but I guess formally, and I haven't ever talked to him about that. I just know that I think he used to. But he's also, I think he was a proponent of some of the code proposals. He may have been. I'm not recalling off the top of my head, but that's another name that has done analysis in the past.
Okay, Katie?
Yeah, if we go out to the bidding process, how long does that take? We have to do a procedure, follow the procedures then to do that? That was one of the things that came up in the letter.
Yes, there is a procedure. I'm not, this is not my best area of expertise, but there is a procedure and it takes time.
Yeah. And nobody in this, and I'm forgetting their name, is currently serving on any of the tags or SBCC?
To the best of my knowledge, they don't serve on the tag. They are nationally recognized. And this is why I wanted to specify the name because I didn't want to start talking about contracts and then get into the same situation in November.
Sure, thank you.
Jay?
Thank you. Story, I appreciate your thoughts and working to find a solution that gets us information in the time frame that's set out by statute that we've got to act this year. And so I've got no objections to going out with an entity like Pacific Northwest National Labs. I do think that this is going forward an ongoing problem where we know that each code cycle we're going to need to do an economic analysis. And while we have to deal with some specific deadlines this year, I would also suggest moving forward that for whatever the next code cycle is, that you set up the processes that we can go to a formal RFP bid process. And I understand why that's not feasible under our current deadlines, but going forward, I think we should plan ahead. Thank you.
Keep in mind that the requirement for providing the cost benefit analysis, the council providing the cost benefit analysis is new. It's a unique situation because the council is not the proposing agency. The council is the adopting entity. There are no proposing agencies in the state of Washington. We received the proposals from stakeholders, professionals in their areas, and whether we want it or not, we have to somehow rely on their cost benefit analysis, at least to start with. I inherited this issue. I don't want to say I'm new, but I'm still new, and I inherited this issue. I want to do it right. And again, for the next code cycle, we will have much more time. And I also have on my to-do list not only the contracts, but so I want to start a conversation with the council regarding training for the council members, ways of picking the technical advisory group members, training for the technical advisory group members. So these are important things that I've been having in my staff report since February, and I've never had the chance to discuss those. But the plan was for the meeting in September to spend at least 1 hour on those issues, and in this case, at least staff can introduce the issues, and we'll get some feedback from you, and we can start working on some changes to the bylaws and the policies and procedures that will make the process better and easier. But I started with the cost benefit analysis because, again, it's time consuming and it needs to happen now.
Okay. Thank you, Stoyan. That was a long 5 minutes. Oh, I'm
Oh,
giving you a
sorry.
hard time. It's okay.
You know, February, March, April, May, and June. So I have like 5 meetings, 5 minutes each, 25.
Right, there you go. Carolyn, did you have a comment?
Yeah, my question, Stein, you mentioned, the cost benefit analysis for the residential energy code and potential options for that. And there was 2 other items, the report to the legislature and a third item. Were you seeking input on those, or could you share a bit more about your thoughts on how those work?
There is, I don't know how to call it, but it's like a evaluation of the energy code in its entire the entire code, which will include some cost benefit. It's a fiscal evaluation of the energy code. I don't know how else I can describe it. I know there are reports for all states, but Washington State and California. The reports are for the international energy code. I'm not prepared. I should have give you some examples, but I had other fires to put off, so I didn't. But I can send you a few examples to take a look as attachments after the meeting. So in this case, you can see what I've been talking about.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you weren't looking for input on either of those things. So thank you.
The report to the legislature is must do. The big contract that I was talking about the complete evaluation of the energy code, this is if the council wants to do it. So it's not mandatory, but it's good to have the report to the legislature that we need a third party. It's mandatory.
And sorry, one more question. Can you remind me, when is the report to the legislature on the energy code process? When is that one due?
December.
And
December. We can ask for extension. This is what we've been doing in the past.
okay. And at a later time, you're asking for council input on whether or not to do this optional last study.
Yes, I will have more information at the meeting in September.
Okay, thank you.
Stoyan, what's the timeline for that study? I'm assuming that starting it earlier might be beneficial, or do we want to wait until we're further through the process?
Well, it depends which path we will choose. If it's PNNL is funded by a federal agency. So again, the contracts is not my best area of expertise, but I can start conversations with the DES just to get some idea how we can approach that. Mm-hmm. But currently, I don't have specific information how I want to do it or how we can do it. I just want to let you know what I'm doing, what I was doing. Again, at the moment, the only time-sensitive issue is the cost-benefit analysis.
Right. I think that evaluation is a critical point. I know a couple code cycles ago, we got one number early on in the process, and later on in the process, we got another number of what the efficiency increase was. So having that third party do that, I think that's really critical to back up the work we've done.
Many of you didn't like what Ecotop did, but in my opinion, they followed the scope of work and you know, again, I don't want to get into this conversation from the beginning, but the council adopted the life cycle analysis tool, and this is what we are asking the proponents to do. Or, you know, they can provide something, they can provide alternative. The task for Ecotop, and we'll have the same task for the entity that we will hire for the residential code. They get the proposals, they evaluate the preliminary cost benefit analysis, and if they can provide different data or different approach, they do it and they compare with the preliminary cost benefit analysis, and then their report will say, okay, we use something else and it matches the preliminary cost benefit analysis, or it changes the numbers. It's just a different viewpoint.
Okay.
That was the idea. It wasn't to end up with a document that will say, okay, here it is, you know, this is only the one that you need to look up. No, it was just one additional option for the council members and the members of the public to.
Okay. Pete?
Yeah, P&L's mandate or charter is that it can work with private entities. It's not simply limited to federal funding from Department of Energy or other entities like that. So they should be easy to approach, and they would be happy to do this. I think I have done this kind of work at P&L in the past for outside entities not involved with the federal government. And so, so I think it should be relatively easy to do. The problem is that they're not going to be cheap. So,
Okay. Any other old or new business? Hearing none, staff report.
Well, I mentioned most of what I wanted to say, but first, thank you. This meeting was my dream. Everybody was polite. We got the job done, so I appreciate and thank you. I wanted to share with you that we already filed the IBC non-structural provisions and the IFC. These are already filed. Currently working on the energy code. We're waiting. So it includes a little bit more. Energy code is a few thousand pages without paperwork, so it takes a little bit more time. We have to file it. I don't know, Krista, when was that? The end of June, I think.
Yeah, it needs to be filed by July 5th, I believe it was.
So the date is approaching, and Krista is taking the heavy load on that. After we file the energy code, we'll start working on the rest of the codes for Group 2. The plan is to file Group 2 codes by mid-August. Krista, when was the exact date? 23rd?
Yes, August 23rd.
Okay, so it's a little past mid-August, but August 23rd. Again, I want to start working with our Assistant Attorney General and the DES ethics advisor to address some of the concerns that we received in the last 3 weeks related to ethics and conflict of interest. And believe me or not, but I get these emails and phone calls almost every day about something. So it's been on my radar for a long time. I just, again, never had the time to execute it. Unfortunately, the council staff, we are reactive. We're not proactive. And I hope we will be able to change that. But regarding training for council members and technical advisory group members, I will have something done and ready for you to review and discuss at the September meeting. I wanna, and I will finish with that, I promise. There is a requirement for training that each technical advisor, each council member needs to take. I'll share my screen. Do you see RCW 42-30205?
Not yet. Oh, there you go.
Okay. So here is the text as it appears in the RCW. It needs to be taken and renewed every 4 years. Last year, we had a training for the council members. At least we tried to have a training for the council members. It was like Q&A session with the Assistant Attorney General, but I think only 6 or 7 council members attended those. So I will work with Dirk when he gets back. And we had like a short Q&A session with most of the new council members. We didn't succeed with all because of, the meetings approaching, but we want to do this for all council meetings, council members. So again, for September, I'll have more information on that.
Great. Micah.
I have some questions for staff regarding, I can take them one at a time, or I can pile them all on at once. So let's pile them all on at once and we can come back to them. Do you want to have an update on hiring, Stoyan? I know that you had done some interviews, and I also want to get some information on what will be provided as far as our code amendments go for this cycle. There has been some feedback or concern that there's only going to be the WAC rules available, and hopefully that's not the case. But if you could kind of lend a few points of information there, maybe we can discuss that last item a little further.
For the hiring, we are in the middle of nowhere. We had 2 interviews. The first person was qualified. We like him. He didn't accept the offer for many reasons, financial, I guess. The second person didn't even listen to the offer because he started working somewhere else. He had 2 interviews at the same time. We have another interview, I think tomorrow. This is where we are. We have 2 openings for code specialists. We have funding for another position that was intended to help Krista with the energy code. It was a program specialist. And as far as I see it, we need to get together with the council staff and DES and just restructure the council staff business and the position. So we're working on it, but I mean everybody is struggling with the hiring right now. It's not only us. For the building codes, the idea was currently we're using these insert pages, which is a good idea in theory, but in reality, it's a pain in the back because it's too much work for the council staff and too difficult to maintain. The idea was, in addition to WAC, the idea was to have a document with the state amendments and the rationale. For example, the building code will have a section that will show with strikeout and underline what is changing, and we'll have the rationale below. Again, this is the idea, and I really want to do that. If I can't, then we'll move back to something else. If the insert pages are, again, currently we have the insert pages on the website, but there are too many errors in these insert pages. So if we can have all state amendments in the same document with or without the rationale, then that will replace the insert pages. And I promise, Micah, I was on these WABO meetings that I ate this $100 steak. I will remember it forever, but I promise that when I'm done with this document, I will send it to WABO and other big stakeholders groups just to evaluate and see if it's a good option. The other thing that I was going to ask WABO, and the council members can help with that. So now we filed the IBC non-structural provisions in IFC, and they are effective in July next year. So this is a good time for building departments, for WABO, for other stakeholders to read and evaluate what we have. And if you find mistakes, if you find something that is there and that it shouldn't be there, or whatever mistake you find, now is the time to give us the feedback, because we have time to submit CR 105, which is another type of rulemaking that we can fix the editorial issues.
Thanks, Stoyan, for that update. I know that there's been a lot of questions circulating if there's going to be a Washington State code produced, and it does not sound like there's going to be for this cycle.
Not for this cycle. I wanna do it for the next one, but we need to start. I had good discussions with ICC on this, and I don't want to get into details why we didn't do it this code cycle, but I really want to produce a Washington code.
Okay.
Because it's much easier to use, but there should be some changes in the policies and procedures if we go this way.
Thank you. And since you did mention ICC and errors, there's also been pointed out multiple times that we still don't seem to be getting feedback from ICC on our previously approved errata and having those incorporated into their online versions through ICC. Is there a timeline when that is going to occur? I know folks have been asking about that for several months, and ICC just seems to be unresponsive to getting that into those documents. Do you have an update on that, or can you get us one?
I'm a little confused on the process because we have the WABO that you guys I don't know if you contracted with ICC, but you have the WABO published version of the code, and we have the online. And almost every day I get complaints, and I try to reach out to ICC. Finally, they sent me an email with a detailed description how we can take care of the errata items on the Errata Central on their website, and I left it for after the council meeting. So Mike, I'll get back to you on that one. I need to research it further and understand how we can make it work better. I don't know if it's on our side that we are not doing something right, or it's on the ICC side. So I need to understand the process better, and I'll get back to you.
No problem. There's just some questions about obviously the accuracy of those codes, and when they're enforced, if they're not accurate, then then folks are having stuff just enforced wrong on them, and we want to make sure that doesn't occur. So, and I know that a lot of those mistakes and errors were identified and sent to ICC. They just seem to be dropping the ball on incorporating those into that online version. So,
and this is on the staff side too, because we sent the errata, but we don't follow up. So I guess we need to find a way of doing it. But as I said, currently we're in a hole and keep digging down based on the time frame for this code adoption.
I understand that for sure. I just wanted to get an update. That's all. I appreciate it. Thanks, Dwayne.
It's on my to-do list, which unfortunately is too long, and that one is on the second page.
Anything else for the good of the order?
I want to thank the staff for keeping at it and doing an awesome job to support.
Yeah, I agree.
Work that we do.
The last thing I want to say, I mean, my job is to help you. Sometimes I argue with you, sometimes I agree with you, but if there is something that, if you see I'm doing something wrong, or anybody from the council staff, let us know. I mean, if there is something wrong doing, or we're making a mistake, if you don't tell me in advance, I can't fix it. So when you tell me there is a mistake at the council meeting, well, it's kind of too late. And for the members of the public that are still around, please, when you're sending documents that you need for the council meeting, I want you to get in my shoes. When you nail me with 50 documents at the night before the meeting, and I have to ask Krista to stay all night to post the document, well, that's not okay, because first for the council staff time, and then the documents will be posted at the night before the meeting, and then you folks are complaining why you post the documents one day before. Well, because this is how I got them, one day before the meeting. So let's respect our time and earlier you sent me the documents. We'll have time to post them and do a research if we need the research. But if it's a last minute, then I don't want to hide something, but I don't have the time, technical time to follow up with that. I'm done.
Okay. Good meeting, guys. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll see everybody in September. Enjoy the rest of your summer if it ever arrives here in Washington State, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.